Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of What If Naruto was the Superhuman Maelstrom in Marvel. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. This may be the start of something great. That sentence was what Naruto was thinking as he sat on the roof of his house, early in the morning, a day after he told Satsuki about what the third Hokage knew about people like them. People who had different kind of powers compared to other shinobis. And how today would be the day when they would be introduced to another one of their own. It was a her. The person was a her. At least, that's what the Hokage told him. Though he had no other information besides the fact that she had a unique power just like him and Satsuki and that she's quite eager to meet them, Naruto couldn't help but get pretty excited about the prospect of meeting a fellow. A fellow what exactly? Maybe I should start making names to define what we are. Naruto thought, realizing that shinobi might not be the right word to define themselves as. Then see what they think about it. I'm not the only one who'll be using it after all. Abandoning the train of thought of giving a name for people like them, Naruto heard his mother calling him for breakfast. And as such, he jumped off the roof, floating mid-fall so that he could land gracefully on the ground below. Afterwards, he walked towards the glass door on the side of the house leading to the living room adjacent to the dining room and kitchen, where he found his mother preparing some breakfast for both of them, which were simple bread with peanut butter and milk. Morning, Mom. Naruto said to Taji as he sat on one of the chairs, taking one of the bread and then smeared some peanut butter on it before eating it. Morning. Taji replied back, Did you sleep last night? She asked, because I saw that you weren't in your room the whole night. Have you been on the roof the whole time? Actually, I wasn't on the roof the whole night. Naruto answered, I actually couldn't sleep so I just went around places. Only got back here half an hour ago. Sorry about that. While Taji didn't exactly approve, she had experienced this kind of thing many times. Naruto's physical durability apparently got to the point where sleeping was merely an option instead of a necessity to reinvigorate oneself. And this was not the first time that he decided to forego sleeping for one reason or another. And ever since he learned how to fly, every time he couldn't find the urge to sleep, he would use that particular ability to amuse himself until the break of dawn. So Taji sighed as she said, Well, saying you're sorry every time you do that making it a bit redundant, considering how many times you did that kind of thing, don't you think? She asked rhetorically, so let's just say that if this comes up again, you don't ever have to say sorry afterwards, okay? You don't need to. Naruto smiled, Thanks Mom. He said as he finished his piece bread, he then grabbed his glass of milk, So. What do you think about what the old man said? About this little group? I think that it's a good thing. Taji said, sensing that this was the topic that Naruto was quite eager to talk about. Getting together with people who share a similarity to you is a wonderful thing, Naruto. Whether it's a similar hobby, interest, and even disabilities. Though three people is not really a group. She added with a wry smile. It'll get bigger. Naruto defended, I'm sure of that. It's just how we're going to find more people is the problem. It's not like me and Satsuki can just go spread flyers around with the words, we're looking for people who can do things that other people can't. P.S. Not even shinobis. Naruto said. Continuing that train of thought, Naruto said, that would attract a lot of people who might not be people like us instead of the ones we want. People who could fully roll their eyes or tongues backwards or something like that. Taji chuckled and said, I'm sure you'll figure something out, Naruto. She assured him, just meet this person first. The rest will come later. Naruto nodded and drank his glass of milk. As he was drinking it, Taji continued, So how's Satsuki doing? We haven't had the chance to talk to her after the events of that night. Is she okay? After gulping the last drop of milk, Naruto said, She's coping. Though the method that she's doing is not a really good one. She's keeping everyone, including her mother, at arm's length. Hopefully things with her and Makoto-san will get better, now that I've relayed her message. Ah yes, I recalled her speaking to you when we're about to leave. Taji said, recalling their visit to Makoto's house and not finding Satsuki. What did she wanted to say to her? She said that she'll do everything she can to get Satsuki to forgive her. Naruto said as he cast his head down, even though she knew that Satsuki might not fully forgive her. Taji could only sigh. She could understand the reason why Makoto did what she did. Taking Satsuki away without telling her what happened first or getting her consent to prevent her from being killed was what any mother would have done if they were in Makoto's position. However, she could also understand Satsuki's perspective. Finding out that her mother had been hiding something this big from her, even though it's also for her own good, was not something that one could just take in stride. I just hope that she could at least connect with her mother again. Naruto said, what she did with her safety in mind. If she could understand that, then it's a start. Hopefully she won't continue pushing her mother away. I sure hope so, son. Taji said with a sad smile. Makoto had been a big help ever since she adopted Naruto. She was her tutor, to say the least, in motherhood. Being a medic nin didn't instantly mean that she understood parenting and motherhood right off the bat. And as a result of being her friend over these years, it hurt her to see Makoto going through the horrific event while burdened with guilt. It was only yesterday morning that she and Naruto went to her house to offer their condolences. And without Satsuki there, Taji could see that she was not holding very well. She just needs time, was all that Makoto said regarding her daughter's decision to draw herself away from her. Maybe that time has been cut short with Naruto's intervention, she thought, hoping that it was the case. Anyway, she began, diverting the topic of the conversation. The meeting's supposed to be this afternoon, right? Yeah. Naruto nodded. So why haven't you been preparing for class? That question halted Naruto's thought and movement, as he reacted with complete stillness and silence, as if realizing that he had forgotten something important. Then he disappeared in a gust of wind and Taji couldn't help but to giggle at how he acted like someone who forgot that this was the day when he's supposed to go to work. Except that he could get ready in a matter of seconds without even breaking a sweat. Literally. Seeing him using his powers to do mundane tasks helped Taji with coming to terms with the fact that he's not exactly a normal human. In fact, with a few years of seeing him doing things such as this, Taji considered it as normal for him. It's just that his mother and father didn't have this kind of power. What caused his chakra to manifest differently than us? That was the million Ryu question. Hopefully, what the Hokage was doing might be able to shed some light into the reason why he and others who were like him became this way. Accepting something and curious to know why something happened or manifested in the first place were two different things after all. When Naruto finished changing and wearing a short-sleeved blue t-shirt, a pair of gray pants and a pair of black shoes with orange stripes, he ran to the academy after a day off that was given due to the tragedy that was the Uchiha massacre. When he arrived there, he noticed the absence of the girl whom he had given advice to the other day. Satsuki Uchiha was nowhere to be found. But Naruto was not that surprised by her absence. Considering what happened, he could understand her desire to not participate in such public activity. Fully coped with a tragic event was not something that could happen overnight. And that might just be the reason why she was not present. She's not mentally ready still. So putting that thought behind, Naruto then sat on one of the empty seats in the class, fully intent to let the day pass by until it's 2 o'clock. Up until recess, the day had been pretty ordinary. Even with the allowance for the students to the school grounds to play during recess time, Naruto decided to stay in class, enjoying the relatively quiet space that was made possible due to the large amount of students going out to play. However, just after 10 minutes of welcome tranquility, he was suddenly approached by a couple of girls his age. One of them was a pink-haired, green-eyed girl who wore a short-sleeved dark red t-shirt with an image of a rose embroidered on its center, a pair of blue-colored shorts, and a pair of black sandals. Her name was Sakura Haruno. She was accompanied by her friend, a girl with pale blonde hair and pupil-less blue eyes wearing a plain long-sleeved white t-shirt with a pair of red-colored shorts and a pair of blue sandals. She was Ino Yamanaka. Both of them were best of friends. Often seen doing almost everything together. To the point that it took some effort from their parents to organize the times that they could use to get together and play and the times when they're not allowed to. Hey, Naruto. Right. Kanzaki Naruto? Sakura asked, though Naruto kind of figured that it was asked rhetorically. That's me. Naruto replied, What do you want, Sakura-san? It's rare for her to talk to him. So he figured that there must be a reason for her to do so. It's about Satsuki, said Ino instead of Sakura. We knew what happened. Is she okay? Ah. Now Naruto remembered. Ino and Sakura were Satsuki's friends. After he and Satsuki had their slight fallout, Satsuki made some new friends, and these two were among the ones with whom she could get along with comfortably. Inwardly, Naruto smiled at their concern. From the looks on their face, Naruto could tell that it was genuine. She's doing well, considering what happened. Why do you ask? You two didn't visit her at all yesterday. Sakura and Ino fidgeted. Even though we want to, we just don't know what we should say to her. Said the pink-haired girl. With what she'd lost, I don't think we could give her the comfort she needs. She has her mother for that. So I said to Ino that we should wait. Which I think is nonsense anyway. Ino rebutted rather heatedly. We're her friends. We should be there when our friends are at the lowest point of their lives. That's what friends are for, right? But I don't think she would appreciate us intruding like that, even if we have good intentions. Sakura said back. Especially when we couldn't possibly imagine what she's going through right now. Then we'll just be there for her. At least let her know that we'll always be available if she needs her friends. But. Okay. Naruto stopped the girls from going into further argument that might veer off course over time. That's enough. Both of you mean well, and I think that Satsuki would be happy to know that she has friends like you, who worries over her well-being in such times. It's the intention that counts. Next time, just be there for her. That's what I would do at least. Ino and Sakura nodded after a moment of contemplation. Yeah, I think we should do that. Ino said before whispering to Sakura, I told you that we should have done that. Shut up. Sakura whispered back. Naruto shook his head at their somewhat vitriolic, but close relationship, then he asked out of curiosity, why did you guys ask me about Satsuki anyway? Well, she really likes to talk about you. A lot. Sakura said, and not to mention, we've seen her glancing at you multiple times. And then trying to deny it afterwards. Ino completed Sakura's sentence, which was not that very good, surprisingly. Seeing her acting like that, we assumed that you two had some history together. And when we asked her, she only gave a vague answer. But it was enough for us to know that you two are, or were close. Which brings us to the next point. Sakura said as she smiled rather mischievously, a smile that was reciprocated by Ino, what are you two exactly? Friends. Or something other than that. It was clear to Naruto that they were as equally curious as they were gleeful. Like a child who can't wait to open their wrapped birthday presents but can't due to it being given a day before his actual birthday. We're friends. Naruto said, nothing more. He added with a sense of finality. Ino muttered, seemingly unsatisfied with his answer, with how she talked every time you became the topic of the conversation, I thought it would be more than that. Quote. How exactly did she talk when whatever you're speaking about concerns me in any way? Naruto asked after a moment of silence, his curiosity piqued. And with that question, Sakura and Ino procured a smirk that one would have whenever one found out that one's suspicion about someone's shameful secrets were true. Naruto had been inadvertently caught by their bait. But they decided to answer anyway. Even if they were acting like a know-it-all as they said these words, she's more lively I guess. Especially if we had been talking about something that just didn't catch her interest in anyway. Sakura said. One time, I said that you were kind of cute. Ino said. Her smirk widened as she chuckled, and she gave me a seething glare afterwards. As if I had been caught red-handed reading her diary without her permission. He always defended you whenever we mentioned that your loner-type attitude is a bit annoying sometimes. Sakura said, a bit emo. No offense. She added as she raised her hand slightly. Hey, none taken. Naruto assured her, finding it pretty accurate to describe his attitude and as such, he didn't see it as an insult. He even regretted starting that phase in the first place. Though he had grown quite comfortable in playing that role. I think it's pretty much safe to say that she thinks quite highly of you, Naruto. Ino said with a smile, if she didn't think of you as her best friend, then at the very least, it's something more than that. You do know that she kind of likes you though, right? Sakura asked. "'Cause, she told us that you two used to be quite close." Naruto sighed. "Yeah, we were," he admitted. "So, what happened exactly?" asked Ino. Her curiosity seemed to be coming out from her concern. "Yeah, I was about to ask that question myself. Every time we told her to just go and talk to you, she always retreats from doing that very thing by making excuses. Did you two had a fallout or something?" Sakura asked. The blonde shook his head as he said, "Let's just say that it was not something that I would like to repeat now that I have the chance to repair what I inadvertently broke." Sakura raised her eyebrows at what he said. While Ino giggled, as if she thought that it was funny. Which was exactly it. Ha 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 tilde. It's just so funny. I remembered that Satsuki said she inadvertently broke the connection that you two had. And here you are, thinking that you did the exact same thing. Kind of ironic really, in a way. Huh. You two are a lot more alike than we first thought. Sakura remarked before she procured a smile that did not feel snide or mocking. Well, you know what? I wish you two the best. It seems that we're wrong about you after all, she said as she patted his shoulder twice. At that, it was Naruto's turn to raise his eyebrows. What were your first thoughts about me? The pink-haired girl shrugged as she said, well, we kind of thought you were rather aloof. Even when you're with the dog boy, you never look very active, to say the least, in anything. Ino then added, yeah. And not to mention that you seem so introverted and reserved. Combined with how you look, then one might think that you're a little bit weird. Scary weird. Then she added as an afterthought, no offense. Naruto merely chuckled and said, yeah. I kinda looked like a weirdo, didn't I? Sakura and Ino chuckled at his remark, not expecting him to know and admit that due to his introverted attitude that he had been using ever since he found out about his power, he appeared like a scary kid to the eyes of other people. Especially when one considered the fact that he's quite tall compared to kids his age. Even to Ino or Sakura, who seemed to be experiencing early growth spurts themselves. Moments later, the bell that signed the end of recess rang throughout the school. I think you should get back to your seats. Uruka-sensei can be pretty punctual. Naruto suggested to Ino and Sakura. Yeah, I think you're right. Ino said before she grabbed Sakura's hand, let's go Sakura. And Naruto. Thanks for your advice. And you're not that bad of a guy, you know. You're actually rather good looking. You just need to show this side of you a bit more. Show that you're not really that aloof or scary. The girl then shrugged as she said, well, that's my opinion anyway. See ya around Naruto. As the pale blonde-haired girl pulled Sakura, the pink-haired girl added, it was nice talking to you. Naruto merely smiled and raised his hand and dropped them as Sakura and Ino returned to their respective seats, positioned quite far from his own. Satsuki seemed to have made very good friends in my absence. Naruto thought, glad that she had friends like those two girls, who seemed quite honest and kind. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And in the Uchiha household in which Satsuki considered home, she could be found sitting in the bed located in her room, staring at nothing in particular. The academies must be over by now. Satsuki muttered under her breath. She sighed as she closed her eyes, recalling what she had said to her brother before he showed an ability similar to her own. I want to see your regret. And she still wanted to. Even if she had to beat the hell out of him, she will make her brother show that he's not a person who had eradicated his emotions for the sake of the mission. Although, the beating the hell out of him part was pretty much impossible as of now. Considering that she barely had a grasp on her own power, unlike her brother, who could create a corporeal object from his energy field. So first things first, imitation. In the past few hours, she had been training. She figured that creating an object from her energy field was the first step that she must took if she wanted to master her power. While picturing the image of a shield, she had been trying to materialize it. With varying results. She extended her hand and let her energy field manifest, then, she tried to shape it by solely picturing a circle-shaped shield inside her head. After she felt the energy forming into a shape, she opened her eyes. And found that while the shield was created in the size that she wanted, the shape was oval instead of circle. The shield itself was pulsing wildly, as if trying to break itself into shapelessness. Sighing rather tiredly, she called off the shield, and with a slight humming noise, the shield was gone. Exerting the energy field was quite exhausting. Though she did not exert a large amount of force from any physical muscles, she felt as if she had just finished an uninterrupted 60-minute sprint. Which, considering her physical capability, was not that much. But it was still pretty jarring, considering that her physical fitness was quite impressive, even to the eyes of an adult like her mother, who had been quite a respected kunoichi during her days as an active ninja. And despite her retirement, as it were, she still kept her body in good shape. So why did the act of exerting her power tire her so much? The most plausible explanation was that she was not used to using her power this much. Analogically speaking, she was using a muscle that she hadn't used for quite a long time. Single quote. Maybe, she thought as she looked at her hand, reminded of the fact that she was not as used to her power as Naruto was to his. But with the proper training, I'm sure I can do it. Satsuki thought to herself. After all, even Naruto had to train before he got to that level, right? But then again, she didn't know that for certain. Maybe he didn't have to train too hard, or maybe it took him quite a long time to master it. Either way, this day will be the beginning. The start of a new chapter in her life. Hopefully, this one won't be filled with too much tragedy or bloodbath as the last one. But she could only hope. You were invited by the Hokage to his office. Kiba Inuzuka asked Naruto about his answer to his question. The aforementioned question was whether or not Naruto could come with Kiba to the kennel. It's the day when he would be given a dog partner. Normally, an Inuzuka would be given a dog partner when they were 6. But when his mother, Sum, did just that on Kiba's 6th birthday, the dogs reacted with some hostility towards him when he tried to find the suitable dog to be his partner. Even with multiple amount of attempts done over the span of the past 2 years, Kiba still didn't have a dog partner. The reason why he wanted Naruto to come along was rather simple really. Even though he had asked the question like it was not something that he considered as a big deal, he wanted someone else besides his mother and sister to give him support. To be rather frank, after failing so many times, the clan began to think of him as unsuited to be an Inuzuka. Add to the fact that his mother's the head of the clan, then the mental pressure that's burdening him was increased several-fold. At first, he was frustrated, angry, though a little bit worried. Then his trepidation increased and increased with each failure attempts. And seeing that this one was his 16th attempt, one had a solid basis to assume that at this point, he's beginning to lose hope. Knowing these things, Naruto was a little bit regretful that he had to decline. Yeah, it's kind of important. Sorry, Kiba. The young Inuzuka looked rather sullen for a second before he chuckled sheepishly. Hey, it's no problem. I mean, if the Hokage's involved, it must be important. I don't want to make you miss your appointment. One trivia about Kiba, he's someone who tend to wear his feelings on his sleeve. And as such, even when he's trying his damnedest, he would inadvertently show what he's feeling. As is the case now. Then I guess I'll see you around, yeah. Kiba rhetorically asked before he began to walk away. Tell me how it goes with the Hokage afterwards, okay? And there's one more thing about Kiba. Though he's known to be a stubborn guy, if he knew that there was no way for him to win something, such as an argument, even if he tried his best at it, then he would quit it before taking it too far and ended up losing anyway. Naruto sighed as he began his walk towards the Hokage's office, where the old man was no doubt waiting for him and Satsuki to come. It only took a few minutes for him to arrive at the entrance of the building where his office was located. And when he was there, he saw someone whom he had tried to find back when he was in class. Though her appearance was different. Satsuki. I see you have cut your hair short. Instead of the ponytail, Satsuki now sported a short hair that only reached her shoulders. And thanks to her undoing the ponytail and cutting her hair short, Naruto noticed one thing that made her sport a ponytail in the first place. The so-called duck tail part of her hair. Which was the spikes of hair that sprouted from the back of her head that looked like a duck's tail. Even when her hair was long, parts of her hair that were located on the back of her head would sprout into spikes. She was understandably embarrassed by that and so she had it styled into a ponytail. What made her turn her hairstyle back to this, I wonder? Satsuki, who's wearing a black long-sleeved hoodie above her red shirt, a pair of white three-quarters shorts and a pair of black sandals, rubbed the back of her neck, blushing and trying to avoid his gaze. Yeah, she said rather bashfully. What made you cut your hair like that? I remembered you not liking the ducktail, as it were. She instinctively moved her hand to the aforementioned spikes and tried to comb it down, without avail. I decided that it's easier for me to fight if my hair's shorter. Easier to maintain too. I can live with the spikes. She explained monotonously. Naruto's eyes narrowed out of instinct. That reasoning was quite uncharacteristic of her. It seemed that the reason she cut her hair was so that she would be more effective in combat situation, but the question is, what kind of specific combat situation that she's thinking of? Single quote. Itachi. Naruto deduced in his mind, thinking pragmatically, I see. Though you could have just changed it into a bun or a knot or something like that. That would make your hair short too, you know. She blinked once, as if just beginning to digest what he just said. Then she blinked again, and this time, a look of horrifying realization was plastered on her face, as if she were told that she could have prevented a horrible thing from happening. Then, she swung her palm onto her forehead so hard that it made a splat sound when they collided. Naruto could barely withhold his laugh. I see that you forgot those methods. And that you're not really that okay with the ducktail either. Unable to produce a retort due to how embarrassed she was that she had forgotten simpler methods to keep her hair manageable besides cutting her hair, she punched his shoulder to at least try and counter what he said. And then she felt stinging pain from her knuckles that made her wince and grasp the hand that she had used to punch him. She hissed and said, "Gods, it's like hitting a brick wall." Naruto touched her shoulder and said, "Sorry about that. Though it's not completely my fault considering that you're the one who punched me in the first place." He added rather playfully as he smirked. She pouted and muttered under her breath, "You were asking for it." Hearing that, Naruto chuckled and remarked, "Yeah, I guess I was, wasn't I?" He then patted her back once and said, "Well, let's go, shall we? The old man's waiting for us inside." Satsuki shook the hand that was still in pain and followed Naruto closely from behind, staring at his back all the while. It was clear to Naruto that she wanted to fight her brother. Though he didn't know what her reason was, it felt like an obsession than a passionate desire. He needed to keep his eyes on her. This didn't seem healthy at all, and if it were allowed to be continued, then the condition might be very irreparable in the near future. When he opened the door and entered the building with Satsuki, they saw that the Hokage had been waiting for them. Right in the lobby. And they saw the old man sitting on the chair facing the door with his arms crossed as he's smoking from his kaizuru. "Welcome Naruto, Satsuki." Hiruzen greeted them cordially. He then stood up, inhaled the fumes of the burnt tobacco, puffed it out, and then continued with, "We're not going to my office today. Walk with me. I want to show you two something." "So where exactly are you taking us, old man?" Naruto asked as they were walking down the stairs towards the underground floor of the Hokage building. "To a room that I have recently commissioned. I've taken a liking of calling it Training Ground Number 0. Hiruzen answered, "It was once a training room that both of my mentors used for experimenting new jutsus that they made. Seeing that it's been severely underused for years, I ordered the room to be refurbished to be used for a similar purpose." "You made a room for us to practice on our powers?" Satsuki asked. "Precisely, Satsuki." Hiruzen said, "Do not worry, it's quite spacious. Hashirama and Tobirama sensei made it while considering the scale of their strongest jutsus. Knowing that one could create tsunamis out of thin air and the other could create titanic wood constructs on a whim, you can be assured that it could house a large amount of people and endure almost anything." Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. The first and the second Hokage of Konoha. The legendary figures that were known throughout the elemental nations as the progenitor of the one village, one land system. Legend was what they were considered as today. But, superhuman, were the more appropriate word to describe them. The feats that they're able to perform dwarfed even the greatest shinobis of today's generation. Hiruzen, their student, considered himself as inferior to them. And for that, he had no shame in acknowledging. In a way, Giving the so-called zeroth training ground to these differently powered people were something similar to passing the torch, kind of thing. From established legendary figures to those with the potential to become legends themselves. He might be too idealistic in the way he's dealing with these people, but he would like for them to be guided. So young, and yet their potential was greater than most people. Hopefully, Hiruzen could do enough if not more for them. And this would only be the start. But old man, wasn't there already training ground number 0? Naruto asked. Though they turned it into a wildlife preserve, it's still a training ground, right? Correct. Hiruzen answered, but this is the real 0th training ground. Considering that this was the first one to be artificially made and officially sanctioned. Though not publicly known. Finally arrived at the basement, Satsuki, out of healthy curiosity asked Hiruzen, so? It's like a secret base. Hiruzen grinned at the notion, he shrugged noncommittally and said, something like that, yes. Will the person who's like us be there? The young Uchiha asked again, reminded of the person that Naruto mentioned. Hiruzen nodded at her answer, yes. In fact, she's been there for quite a while. Who is she by the way? The blonde asked, wanting to know the one that they're about to meet. She's an Anbu. One of the skilled ones that earned the position of a captain. I'll let her tell you her name herself if she wanted to, but if she didn't want to, then don't push her. Hiruzen answered. Quote. Then what should we call her as? Satsuki asked, still somewhat surprised that this person turned out to be an Anbu. Call her with her Anbu codename. Neiko. Yugo Uzuki was someone who's quite fond of consistency and of the unchanging, of certainty. Change, to her, was a rather scary thing. Especially the extreme ones. Even though she could acknowledge that change was necessary, in a chaotic world where almost nothing could be ascertained objectively, it was refreshing to know that there were things that just don't change as time went by. So when she began to experience strange, bizarre symptoms that infected her senses, she was understandably afraid, terrified, even. Yugo was engulfed by the sudden and massive input of information that reached into all of her receptor senses, from her vision to her tactile senses. The overload of information had crippled her mind for a moment, bringing her down to her knees as she groaned in anguish. It happened almost a year ago. Thankfully, she was not doing something that required her to be focused solely on the matter at hand lest she or anyone near her might got hurt. But nevertheless, it had a devastating effect on her. Her senses were overloaded with so many information that she suddenly knew about her own room when she managed to collect herself. From its exact temperature, the sound of tiny insects crawling or buzzing around that made her know the approximate number of them in her apartment, the air pressure, the smell and what caused it, along with how the light interacted with the objects that it touched. She had perceived everything within her vicinity and remember all of the information she received. Whenever she went into a larger area, the effect became much worse, as she was not able to concentrate on everything at once with so much stuff going on, as she was able to see and understand everything, but at such a quick pace in a short time. She had spent weeks in solitude as she requested an extensive leave. Barricading herself from the outside world and withdrawing herself away from missions because of the fear that this ability of hers would come in the way if she couldn't control it. She struggled for the first few weeks. Opening her eyes and seeing everything at one glance gave her sensory overload. It was the same reaction that one would have if one were to see the view of the whole planet and everything in it on a 1-to-1 scale, spread flat like a sheet instead of being in the shape of a ball. So many information across the distances. So many things that one could see, and it stretched on for thousands upon thousands of miles that one's mind just could not handle it. That was what Yugo had experienced. Except it was on a far smaller scale. And Yugo only got through it when she realized one thing. It was not her brain. It was her mind. The sensory overload was too much for her mind to comprehend at once, but her brain, on the other hand, understood it just fine and had already stored it all inside her memory. Realizing that, it became easier for her to get used to it. But the process was slow. Agonizingly slow that she had been using a method that helped her to overcome the sensory overload. Which was to put a blindfold over her eyes. Effectively blinding herself from any visual information that she would receive without and severely minimizing the information input to her brain. With that, she relied on her hearing, her smell, and her numerous other senses besides her vision. Only then did she find out what her power had given her. She heard the sound of footsteps. One was heavy and slow, indicating his age, the Hokage no doubt, considering that he was the one who requested her to come here. The other was bold, quick, but controlled, a young man if she had to guess, one of the kids that the Hokage had told her. And the last one's steps was rather quiet, subdued and taken with consideration almost to the point of being completely silent, the other kid that the Hokage was bringing no doubt. Then the sound of the mechanical system being used reached into her ears. The sounds of shifting gears had a rhythm to it, just like everything else in nature, artificial or not. And when she was brought here in the first place, she instantly memorized the rhythm whenever it's used to open the gate or to close it. The gate was being opened. And she knew that the Hokage and the two children that he's bringing along with him could see her sitting in a cross-legged position on the cold ground of the Zeroth training room, her back facing them. Her true power was that she could see everything, with or without any visual information. But from the change in air pressure, the sound and the temperature of their faint breaths, everything was pictured in her brain as if she were seeing it with her own eyes. Better even, considering that she could see everything around her, not just from her line of sight. Enhanced perception. Within the span of 1 second, she could perceive nearly everything around her. Initially, her mind was incapable of comprehending that many information at such a short time, but now, it had gotten better. The blindfold helped a lot however. Opening it for a long period of time would cause headaches, seizures, and the likes, so she opted to keep her eyes covered by it. And that brought out her second power, enhanced visualization, the ability to see everything through her other senses with near-perfect clarity. Realizing her manners, she then stood up and turned towards Hokage and the kids that were accompanying him, and she knelt on one knee as she said, Hokage-sama. Neiko, at your service. At ease, Neiko. So this is her. Naruto thought as she watched the Anbu wearing a blindfold which had a color that matched her hair. Her pose was elegant and practiced, and it was obvious that she's very respectful to her superior. She wore a sleeveless combat shirt colored in black that looked really tight, probably to prevent wind resistance, a pair of black pants, black elbow-high gloves, black trousers that hugged her legs rather nicely, and a pair of black sandals. The woman didn't seem at all surprised nor did she look disoriented in her movements, considering that she was capable to determine Hirazen's location with just her hearing. Very accurately too, he must say. The ones accompanying you. Are they the ones that you told me about, Hokage-sama? Naruto raised his eyebrows in surprise while Satsuki's eyes widened in shock. The blonde boy's mind became more intrigued with the ability that this person might have up her sleeves. Hirazen evidently knew about her abilities, and as such, it didn't surprise him that she knew, yes. They are. Why don't you two introduce yourselves? Hirazen requested both of them as he motioned his hand as a gesture of allowance. Seeing that Satsuki was rather hesitant, Naruto grasped her shoulder and decided to go first. My name's Naruto. Kanzaki Naruto. He introduced himself without any preamble. He then turned to Satsuki and whispered, Satsuki, do you? Satsuki nodded after a moment of silence, and Naruto let her speak. My name is Satsuki Uchiha. She began, What could you do? She asked. Her curiosity got the better of her. The purple-haired woman with the alias of Neiko merely smiled as she said, I'll return that question to you, Satsuki-san. What could you do? This not a one-way street. I'll show you mine only if you show me yours. At this, Satsuki was confused, but how could you know what I can do if you can't see? She said, assuming that the purple-haired Anbu was blind. I am not blind, Satsuki-san. Said Neiko as she took off her blindfold. I can see just fine. There was a moment of awkward silence before Naruto pointed out the obvious, you're still closing your eyes, Neiko-san. Neiko merely chuckled at that and said, thank you for pointing it out, Naruto-san. I know that I'm still closing my eyes. Her tone of voice indicated her amusement. Can I take a guess as to why you're being blindfolded? Neiko raised her eyebrows in curiosity. Oh. Be my guest, Naruto-san. Why do you think I put over a blindfold over my eyes if they could still work properly? It's because you can rely on your other senses to gather information for you. Naruto answered, as in the case of many people who lacked one sense that most people would rely on, such as sight. But I think that your senses are more powerful than that. Considering that you're here, I can only assume that you have a super sight or something similar to that. Neiko chuckled as she said, almost correct, Naruto-san. While it is true that my senses are sharper compared to most people, my power lies in my perception. My brain's ability to see everything at a given second is. Without any intention in being arrogant or overestimating myself in saying this, impeccable. Oh. Enhanced perception. So even without sight, you can still see. Correct. Neiko said as she nodded, sight without sight. In the literal sense of the word. That is my ability. As long as I hear the sound of your faint breaths or feel the heat that you are exuding with my skin, I can see you just as well as most people could. She then motioned her hand towards them and said, now show me yours Naruto-san, Satsuki-san. Naruto looked at Satsuki who reciprocated his gaze with her own, and then he said, so, do you want to go first, or should I take the privilege? Satsuki's response was to pat his shoulder and say, I'll go first. The blonde boy nodded and motioned his hand to let Satsuki show the Anbu lady what she could do. She inclined her head as she walked towards the purple-haired lady. Don't you want to see what my ability is? She asked Neiko. In response, Neiko said, on the count of 3, I shall open my eyes. At the same time, please perform what you can do. I am still rather unused to what I can see at a given moment. And do it quickly if you could be so kind as to do that. Satsuki smiled rather sheepishly as she said, don't worry. I'm sure that I can be quick. Her tone of voice shed light to the fact that she's not as experienced as Naruto nor Neiko in using her power. Very well then. 1. Satsuki tensed as she extended her hand and mentally commanding her energy to manifest. And as the purple-colored, pulsing, plasmic energy began to come out of her body, she narrowed her eyes as an indication that she's focusing her mind solely to the task at hand. 2. Naruto crossed his arms and slightly jumped back in case that Satsuki's power overloaded and created an explosion. 3. And Satsuki thrust her hand forward, creating a beam of energy that hit the far wall. Neiko opened her eyes briefly as the beam of light created out of an energy field that Satsuki was exuding traveled from the young Uchiha's hand and into the wall, creating a rather noticeable effect on the steel wall. Naruto and Neiko were impressed by what they saw. But the former immediately noticed that she's going to fall to her knees out of exhaustion and as such, got to her side in the span of a second. An action that Neiko didn't miss. Naruto held Satsuki's rather weakened form tightly to prevent her from hitting her knees to the hard ground. Satsuki. Satsuki, are you alright? Her breaths were rather ragged, and she's sweating rather profusely, but even so, she managed to create a response to his question, I'm alright. I just need a little rest. Naruto sighed as she laid her down. You were pushing yourself over the limit, didn't you? Satsuki chuckled rather tiredly, and she said, hey, yeah. She admitted. He shook his head as he placed his hand on her forehead to check if she's having symptoms similar to a fever due to her overexertion. Who are you trying to impress anyway? At this, she opted to stay silent. At this, her lips were sealed. She couldn't tell him that she didn't want him to think that she's weak because of her inexperience. That she wanted him to know that she's strong. But considering her current condition, it's safe to say that she's a bit embarrassed. After a moment of silence, Naruto decided to not press the issue on. Instead, he opted to say, just rest, okay. Reckless as it was, I have to admit that it was impressive. Satsuki smiled at that. Hearing him commending her effort like that soothed her. But don't push yourself too hard like that again, okay? Strong as we are, our bodies could only take so much strain before they decide to take an involuntary shutdown. I'll keep that in mind, was her reply. They then heard the sound of approaching footsteps. They turned and saw Neiko walking towards them. Her blindfold was in place. When she was near them, she knelt down and said, you two are astounding. She said approvingly, although Satsuki-san, you should have held yourself back. Your breathing and your excessive body heat indicates that you haven't gotten used to using your power. Were you trying to make a good first impression? Somewhat. Yeah. Satsuki answered with a weak nod. I appreciate the effort. But unless you're experienced, do not strain yourself too hard. I learned that lesson the hard way and I don't want anyone else to experience it. Said Naoko. It was excruciatingly painful, the first time I ever tried seeing everything in a 1-mile radius. What happened after you tried that? Naruto asked. I had to be bedridden for a couple of weeks. And my brain felt as if it were made from jelly the whole time. Naoko answered, not a pleasant experience. Remember that the next time you're thinking of doing something like that again, Satsuki-san. Satsuki had to roll her eyes and begrudgingly nodded at her request. Though she was wrong if she thought that she wanted to make a good show for her. Good. Naoko said, as if knowing that Satsuki nodded despite the blindfold covering her eyes. Now that we have seen each other's powers, let's see how far we could go from here. She then smiled rather mischievously and turned to Satsuki, though I suppose you need a little rest. She wanted to say a retort, but she was beaten to the punch when Naruto said, are you sure you're okay, Satsuki? Can you stand? She tried to get herself up, but she winced when she exerted too much strain after her little show. Sorry. She apologized rather meekly. Naruto-san. Naoko said to Naruto, do you want to stay at her side? We can postpone testing our abilities until she recovers. No. Satsuki interjected, just do what she told you. I'll be with you once I'm able to get this blasted body of mine back up. She requested with a little bit of growling at the last part, either due to her helplessness in overcoming her exhaustion in a short time or her inability to even stand without feeling a shock of pain shooting through her spine and into her head. Well then, shall we start, Naruto-san? When Satsuki was laid down gently on the ground, the blonde boy then moved towards the purple-haired woman to respond to her request. The Uchiha then managed to notice that someone was missing from the premises. His departure was not noticed by her, and so she couldn't help but say, where's the Hokage? The said leader of Konoha could be found on the observatory room that overlooked the whole training area. He had taken the advantage of Naruto, Yugo and Satsuki busy with their business to be able to sneak out unnoticed. His skill, though had gotten rather dull because of the passage of time, was still rather sharp. It was quite pleasing to know. And while there, he was not alone. Even before he got there, she was already there, overlooking her daughter with concern. Makoto. Hiruzen greeted her, though she did not turn to him. He knew that she would not reciprocate the greeting, as evidenced by her lack of response. However, he continued still, are you sure? You don't want to go there and see them without this barrier? Makoto sighed as she answered, yes. I'm sure. I'm worried for her, and we did have a little talk yesterday, but I have a feeling that she doesn't want me there. Not yet at least. I hope. Hiruzen shook his head before he walked to Makoto and gave her a pat on her shoulder as a gesture of assurance, it'll be difficult. But I believe that she will be able to treat you like she used to, Makoto. In due time. Makoto rubbed her left arm with her right hand as she softly said, I hope so. Naruto, now noticed that Hiruzen had indeed left them, said to Satsuki, I don't know. Maybe he had an urgent appointment or something. He's watching us from over there. Naoko said as she pointed her finger towards a spot on the wall on their left. The spot in question seemed rather inconspicuous enough, but when Naruto narrowed his eyes, he then said, I didn't know we had something like that. Naruto said. What? Asked Satsuki. One-way glass that could take the appearance of the wall on the other side of the glass. Naruto answered, rather intrigued by the ingenious invention, he's there, don't worry. And there's. Oh, your mother's here. She is. Satsuki asked, her tone of voice apprehensive and she seemed rather concerned. Yeah. Naruto answered before he adopted a confused expression, why? You said that as if it's not a good thing. I may have withholding the fact that I'm here, meeting Naoko-san. Satsuki admitted after a moment of silence that felt somewhat awkward to her. Naruto blinked twice before he fully digested the given information and said, you're avoiding her again, are you? No. I'm just. She then stopped, as if trying to return to what she said before and fix it, and so, she came up with, I just forgot to tell her, okay. I was just so caught up in training my powers a little bit more to impress you that I forgot to tell her about it. Oh. Naruto mouthed out before he said, well, that's good. I thought that you two were having another bout of silence or something. No, of course not, She then stopped. Her mind began to backtrack to what she said before, and when she realized what she said to him without fully realizing it, her complexion, mainly on her cheeks, began to turn into a dark shade of red. Seeing this, Naruto immediately went to Satsuki again. Satsuki. Hey, are you okay? Her response was to push him away while trying to hide her face from him. I'm fine. I'm fine. We'll talk about this later, okay? For now, just do whatever cat-masked lady tells you to. Are you sure you're fine? Naruto asked. I'm fine. I'm fine. Just let me rest, okay? Seeing Naruto slowly walk towards Yugo as Satsuki had requested, Hiruzen couldn't help but to chuckle. Well, it wasn't because she doesn't want you there after all, Makoto. He said, it's because he's just too caught up thinking about Taji's little boy. Makoto looked very relieved after hearing what she said. Her expression was more relaxed and she was smiling, happy that her daughter was not avoiding her as she had previously thought. It looks like she's a bit shy though, remarked Hiruzen. So, how long has she been interested in him? Makoto chuckled as she answered, it's been going on for quite a while. It's something about the boy that really caught her interest. Though being his son, I could understand. And their quick growth, whether physically or mentally, helped accelerate the process along too. Hiruzen nodded. He too noticed that Naruto and Satsuki grew very quickly. Despite the fact that they're 8-year-olds chronologically, physically and mentally speaking, they're more similar to 12 to 13-year-old children. Except they also have rather exceptional maturity compared to children of their physical age. The old monkey then stopped and clasped his hand on his chin as he adopted a thinking pose. An idea had popped into his head. A solution, a way to solve the problem of finding out those who were as special as Naruto, Satsuki and Yugo were. Although this would just reveal the identity of the specials that were born at the same year as Naruto and Satsuki, it would be enough. Not to mention, if they also shared Naruto and Satsuki's maturity, Hiruzen wouldn't have to worry about them having trouble adapting. However, if they had no idea about their power, whatever it might be, then that could pose a problem on its own. But nevertheless, it shall be done. The method that he will use must not be coercive, however. Not that he planned to be coercive, but the idea that first popped into his head, the idea that a shinobi would be sent to every child that had been experiencing accelerated physical and mental growth in such a short time, interrogated for a while before taking them away was not an option. He blamed being a veteran of a war sometimes. It really messed with his mind despite the fact that he had been trying to get the grizzled old veteran part of himself subdued. As he looked on approvingly when Naruto was asked by Yugo to perform impossible physical feats, his mind began to ponder about the acceptable method that he could use to find more more people like the 3 that he managed to gather as of this moment. Single quote. While still in this topic, I wonder what they should be called as. Though Naruto would agree that the meeting was not a grand event, he couldn't help but to be gleeful at meeting people like himself. That was great, don't you think so, Satsuki? He asked the girl walking beside him, who seemed to be somewhat bashful, as if she's embarrassed by something that he didn't know and she didn't want him to. But despite the subdued answer, Naruto could see the genuine, bright-looking smile on her face. Yeah, it was. The answer was simple enough for Naruto to reciprocate her smile with his own, yeah. Starts small, but, I don't know. What's on your mind? Satsuki asked. Her curiosity was somewhat piqued by his apparent elation that she had been seeing for quite a while during the past hours. If I have to guess, it seems like you have some kind of expectations from this gathering that the Hokage made. I do, actually. Naruto answered, turning to Satsuki. I now know that there are more people like us out there. And I'm hoping that this is just a start instead of a one-time thing. That from this, people like us could get together and do something. Quote. Do what? She asked again. Quote. Something great. Accomplish something incredible. His face then lightened up as he said, We are not bound by blood, but by our similarity with each other. What's that? That's a little motto that just came to mind. Naruto answered, I'm thinking that if there are a lot of people like us, people who are different, even to a shinobi, would that make us a clan or something like that? But a clan is something defined by their bloodline. Satsuki answered, whether the genetic heritage or the ability that came with it, like the Sharingan. And based on what we know so far, our abilities are too varied for every person. So not a clan. But maybe a unity. A unity. You mean, you want to create a group exclusively for those like us? Satsuki questioned. Yeah. I mean, not in a sense that I'm making an army of some sort, but... Naruto trailed off as he ruffled his wild blonde hair, more of a team, you know. We'll be there whenever one of us is in trouble, and we'll share our burdens, those kinds of stuff. That sounds nice actually. She remarked. Still, how could we find more people like us out there? I don't know. Yet. Naruto said with an expectant smile, we'll see. The silence that came afterwards was not that uncomfortable. And when Naruto dropped Satsuki off at the gate leading to the Uchiha district, she said. Hey, you didn't notice anything weird when we were at that secret training ground, did you? She asked him, you didn't hear something weird, right? Naruto thought back to the events that happened, and found nothing that stood out, no. Can't say that I did. Why? Nothing. She said as she quickly turned her head away to avoid his gaze, anyway, I'll see you in a couple of days, yeah. Remembering that the Hokage had told him to come by to the same training ground 3 days from now, Naruto nodded, right. But we'll still see each other in the academy, remember? Right. That's right. Yes. Satsuki said, rather embarrassed for some reason that eluded him, see ya Naruto. And then she walked away to her house. Naruto looked at her retreating form for a couple of seconds before he walked the opposite way to his own house. I wonder what I missed. Naruto thought. He assumed that Satsuki was hinting that there was something that he should have noticed, but yet he didn't. It looked as if she's both relieved and annoyed at his answer that he didn't notice anything strange, or, to be more exact, hear anything strange. So, silently thanking his near-eidetic memory, he retraced his steps, so to speak, as he physically walked towards his house. After a while, he finally finished retracing his steps right until the moment when he met Satsuki in front of the Hokage building. And he was still confused as to what Satsuki meant by hearing something weird. Physically speaking, however, he was already at his home. Much earlier than he had anticipated. Maybe I've been walking too fast. Hope not a lot of people saw me doing that. The first thing he noticed when he opened the door was the presence of a pair of footwear that neither he nor his mother had ever worn before. A pair of blue sandals that Naruto did not recognize. And beside it, there was a pair of footwear that he knew his mother usually wore. Whose sandals are they? Naruto, she called out from the living room. Yeah, Mom. Naruto replied back, what's going on? There's somebody here to see you. She answered, come here for a second, son. Naruto responded by walking towards the living room. His curiosity was somewhat piqued by this mysterious visitor that wanted to see him. Judging by the way she spoke about the visitor, it was clear to Naruto that his mother did not know about this person until he or she got here in the first place. In fact, she seemed rather concerned, but for what reason, he did not know. When he entered the living room, Naruto found out that his mother was accompanied by a girl that he assumed to be of his chronological age. Her hair was blonde, a tad lighter shade compared to his own, her face looked mischievous, mystical, and airy at the same time, and she wore a pair of glasses with round-shaped lenses that obscured her eyes somewhat. She wore a simple white-colored long-sleeved t-shirt with sleeves that were a bit longer than her arms, and a pair of slightly baggy black training pants. The girl smiled, her expression brightened when she saw him, she waved her hand and said, hi. Naruto, right. Right. I am. Naruto said, confused as to how this girl, whom he had never met before, know his name and his house and acting so friendly to him despite him never meeting her before this day. Do you know her, Naruto? Taji asked, her expression indicated that she had experienced a rather vexing event. No doubt caused by the girl in front of him. I don't, actually. Naruto answered before he asked the girl again, who are you? The girl's smile turned into a mischievous smirk as she answered, my name's Shiho. And she finished with saying, I know stuff. Shiho was not a normal girl. This was something that she knew best. Ever since she was able to think for herself, she found herself remembering things that, according to everyone else, including her parents, never happened. For example, she remembered that the Kyuubi destroyed a part of Konoha before she realized that it only got into the village's outskirts before it was defeated by the Yondaime. The thing that made her somewhat confused was the fact that her parents also died during that particular day. Separately, she remembered her father being trapped under the debris of their house after he sacrificed himself to save his wife and daughter. She remembered her mother dying on the way to the hospital because her abdomen was punctured through by a piece of metal. And then she remembered seeing his mom and dad dead by a building that was not their house collapsed on them as they were trying to get out. Though she could remember the real one that happened, the fact that there were these memories that weren't supposed to exist confused her somewhat. Did it scare her, however? No. Not at the very least. Considering that she initially thought that it was just an overactive imagination of hers acting up, she didn't think that it was something worth mulling over about. But these memories piled up until to the point where it took some effort to remember the events that she and the others involved in the memories actually experienced. Among these phony memories, however, there was one focal point in which everything remained the same. It was a boy with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a gaze that could empower or weaken you, depending on whose side that you were on, his or the opposite of his. Naruto was his name. Although, in most of those memories, she remembered that his family name was not the one that he had right now, which was Kanzaki. Instead, on those memories, his family name was Uzumaki. Also, his physique in reality was a lot different in those fake memories. She remembered him being as small as any children of their age instead of being as big as a pre-teenager despite their similar age. Fascinated by the differences, Shiho became rather taken by the boy, meaning that she would like to know what caused the difference of his family name in reality that she's inhabiting. Though they never did occupy the same class in the academy, even on those phony memories, Shiho remembered passing by him or seeing him from afar or bumped into him. She felt a bit like a stalker, seeing him from afar and such. But once her curiosity is piqued, it's amazing how far she would go to observe something that caught her interest. Somewhat obsessive really, but hey, what could she do when she's so caught up in her object of fascination? So one day, she decided to come by to his house to meet him personally, and well, he, understandably, got confused with her statement that became her favorite sentence to utter whenever her parents asked her about where these memories come from. What do you mean you know stuff? Was the question that he asked her when she told him that. As a response, she shrugged playfully and said, it means exactly what it's supposed to convey. I know stuff. Many things that just piles up in my brain to the point that I had to do something about it. At least to one of them in particular. And I'm included among those things. Asked Naruto, who looked rather skeptical, but willing to listen. Yeah, Naruto Uzumaki, right. At this, Shiho noticed that Taji looked rather shocked, in contrast to her son, who was only confused. He then quickly said, Uzumaki. My name's Naruto Kanzaki. Ah yeah, of course. I sometimes mixed things up from these memories, sorry about that. Shiho apologized rather quickly. Seeing the look on his mother's face, Naruto asked her, Mom, are you alright? Quote. Why yes. I'm okay Naruto, don't worry. She said, trying to hide her anxiety. Deep inside her mind, she was flabbergasted by the girl's statement that Naruto's last name was Uzumaki, which was how it should be had that event didn't happen that night. Naruto, though he did not buy the act, decided to shelf that thought for later and focus on the girl named Shiho. He turned to the blonde spectacled girl again and said, so. You said you know stuff. That I do, yes. She answered without hesitation and a confident-looking smirk. What kind of stuff do you know? Oh, a lot. She answered it rather simple, sometimes, I know stuff that according to many, never happened. And most of the time, I had a hard time telling which one was the right one. The right one? Questioned Naruto. Yeah. You know, the one that actually happened. See, there are some memories in my mind that I have no explanations as to how it got there. Shiho said as she pointed at her head. I mean, things that I remembered happening, but when I talked about it with my parents, it turned out to be phony. Like the Kyuubi destroying a part of the village 8 years ago. At this, Taji intervened, but the Kyuubi only got into the outskirts of the village. Exactly. That's what I'm telling you, I know stuff that I should not know. She explained rather hotly, and the reason I'm here is that in those phony memories, as I called them is, you are always the same, except here, you're not. Quote. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked, turning rather curious and intrigued if still a little bit skeptical. In here, you are Kanzaki Naruto. But from those phony memories, I remembered that your last name is Uzumaki. At this, Taji went perfectly still and held her breath for exactly 2 seconds before she got out of it. I just want to know why. Why the different name? Why the different look? There must be a reason that there are things that I know but not exactly real and why these memories keep popping up. I'm just so curious. And tired. And I want some answers. Sigh. Look, do you even understand what I've been saying over the past few minutes? Quote. Believe it or not, yeah. Naruto answered, I'm having many wild guesses as to how this could have happened to you and how you're able to have these memories. But one of the likely conclusion is that you are like me. Huh. Like you how? At this, the edges Naruto's lips slowly creased upwards before he said, I'm different. And so are you. He finished by pointing at Shiho. Quote. Okay. I'm still waiting for an explanation here. Naruto leaned his head closer to her and said in a whisper, you are someone with an ability that not even a shinobi could have through bloodline or training. He began, you are a superhuman, Shiho. Superhuman. The term was somewhat arrogant in Naruto's opinion, but he was not the first one who suggested it. It just makes sense to me. Said Satsuki back at the Zeroth training ground, I mean, we are humans. But we are capable of doing things that most people can't do. Even for shinobis. So, considering their abilities, Naruto had to concede to Satsuki's statement and adopt the suggested moniker for people like them to use. Though Naruto wanted something more humble, he began to understand that in many ways than one, they really were super. Any similar adjective would also do it, but among them all, super was perhaps the one that sounded the most friendly. Compared to astonishing, amazing, mega, ultra, and so on. Things like the astonishing men sounded too much like a circus group to be taken as a serious suggestion. Superhuman. Asked the bespectacled girl, what is that? A term for an elite shinobi or something? No, it's a recently made up term to define people like us. Explained Naruto, people who could do what other people just can't. You don't think that this is just my overactive imagination or something? She asked. Her expression seemed rather mischievous, as if daring him to concede that that assumption was a bit outlandish. Considering that you had poured your heart out, I think it's fair of me to give you the benefit of the doubt. And besides, After a silent moment, Shiho asked, what? Nothing. Right. So, what do you say about meeting someone else like you? Only one of them is available now, sadly, but I'm sure she won't mind meeting another. Shiho shrugged and answered, all right. I can do that. Though I had to be back before dark, so I guess I can only meet her for a short time. All right, let's go then. He exclaimed as he rose up. He turned to his mother and said, can I go? He asked her permission. Taji's expression was filled with concern. She stood up from the couch and said to Naruto. Are you sure about this? For all we know, it could be her imagination. Maybe she mixed up reality with what she made up in her mind. Shiho cast her head down, as if embarrassed or ashamed. Naruto, though he entertained that notion for a second, once he saw the look on the bespectacled girl's face, it was all but gone from his head. He turned to his mother and said resolutely, I believe her. At this, Shiho looked at Naruto in awe and gratitude. Awe because of it being the first time that somebody believed her, and gratitude because of that very same reason. He turned to her, and enforced his trust in her by saying, sometimes you have to take a leap of faith. Even though the possibility of you simply imagining it all is there. I can see that you were not trying to lie. That you have no underlying purpose that you can achieve through deceiving me. Naruto then turned to Taji and said, and nothing you say would convince me otherwise, Mom. Taji looked like she had a retort ready to be used, but after seeing how adamant he was, she merely sighed and shook her head. Fine. I'll trust your judgment, Naruto. Go ahead and take her to Satsuki. Just don't come home too late, okay? Got it. Naruto answered with a nod of his head. Well then, let's go, shall we? Seeing the two blondes walking out of the door, Taji couldn't help but to be reminded about what the girl said. Here, you are Kanzaki Naruto. But from those phony memories, I remembered that your last name is Uzumaki. Though she had no idea what kind of power that she had besides the fact that she could somehow know one of the last names that Naruto would be using if she did not adopt him, Taji was scared by the other things that she knew. Their powers came in many different forms, yet besides all that she knew about Naruto's powers, the girl brought that familiar chilling feeling that spread from her spine and onto the rest of her body. And Taji could only assume what it was. Was it clairvoyance? Precognition? Whatever it was. It scared her. But perhaps it was because she's afraid of what Naruto would come to assume thanks to this power of hers. The boy always had a sharp sight, able to see something that most people would miss with just a single glance, like a tick that showed what a person might be thinking, their disposition towards certain objects or people, things of the sort. Perhaps she's afraid that Naruto would get curious as to why the girl remembered that he was supposed to have the name Uzumaki as his family name instead of her own. That he would come to the conclusion that he, despite what she had been telling him and what the people who knew whose son he really was had kept as a secret, was actually adopted by her. She loved him as much as she would love her own biological son. This much was true. And as such, she was scared of what he would think of her if he knew that he was not of her blood. Despite the fact that he meant the world to her. But the time when she had to tell the truth would inevitably come. Sooner or later, through her, others, or even through himself. Taji sighed as she laid herself down to the couch, suddenly feeling exhausted just because of a presumption that may or may not happen in the near future. But what difference would it make, really? He thought after a moment of silence. She knew her son well. And when she thought about what he would do if this were revealed. A smile was formed on her lips, slowly but surely. She knew what he would do and how he would react when he knew. And she realized that she had nothing to worry about. When Satsuki arrived at her home, she found her mother already waiting for her in the living room, sitting at the couch. Her expression was somewhat brighter compared from before. As if her mind had been cleared of all the things that had caused her to look so sullen. Hey Mom. Satsuki greeted her with a rather half-hearted wave of her hand. Sorry I didn't tell you where I went, I was just so caught up in the thought of this meeting you that I forgot. Satsuki fiddled with her own fingers for a moment, as if feeling rather awkward, and then she said, again, I'm so sorry for leaving without saying anything. Makoto looked at her and nodded, all right. I accept your apology, Satsuki. She said to her, I assume Naruto knew that I was there. She asked. Yes. He saw right through the obscured window. Makoto and Hiruzen knew that was the case when Naruto looked directly at them that time, so she did not ask that question for the sake of getting an answer but a confirmation. Still, why did you forget to tell me? It wasn't as if you're doing something wrong, so you obviously didn't try to hide it, it just slipped your mind, right? Why yeah. Satsuki answered. So why did you forget to tell me? She asked with a teasing tone of voice. At this, Satsuki had the decency to look a bit sheepish and embarrassed. Satsuki. Can I see you for a minute? Hearing Naruto calling for her from outside of their house, Satsuki's attention was immediately diverted towards the entrance. Makoto then said this to her daughter, go ahead Satsuki. Answer the door, he sounds really eager to meet you. Seeing her mother's, I know why you forgot. Smile. Satsuki sputtered some incoherent words at her before turning to the door and said, okay, I'm coming. As Satsuki ran towards the door, Makoto stood up and walked towards the door, wanting to see the events that would follow. When the young, raven-haired girl opened the door, she expected Naruto to come alone. Perhaps he came to talk to her, or to tell her something that she didn't know, basically reasons that would allow her to spend a bit more time with him. But she didn't expect him to bring another party to the fold. The bespectacled, blonde-haired girl beside him smiled in a manner that seemed sheepish, expectant, and embarrassed at the same time. Hi, she said before Naruto could say anything. Hi. Satsuki, rather uncertainly, replied to her greeting. Satsuki. Meet Shiho. Shiho, Satsuki. Naruto introduced the two strangers as he motioned his hand to the respective person when he called each of their names. Shiho here is like us. Satsuki. Like us. Oh. Satsuki's mouth formed into an O shape as she realized the meaning of that sentence. Huh. Didn't expect to see another one so soon like this. Alright, come in, said Satsuki, urging them to go inside her house. So what's your power, Shiho-san? Satsuki asked the blonde girl. The girl smiled as she answered, I know stuff. What? Satsuki asked, a bit dumbfounded by the unexpected answer. Knowing stuff. What kind of power is that? Well, I have memories about things that I discover much later is something that never ever happened, but can't help but think that it did. Or that something that I would know later is untrue, but can't help but think that it's actually true. When Shiho arrived at the living room with Naruto and Satsuki, Makoto heard her say an example of such a memory. For example, I remembered you being a boy, and your name is supposed to be Sasuke. Satsuki and Makoto, after hearing this little tidbit from the strange bespectacled girl, could only look at her with the most deadpan expression that they could muster, and from their mouth, they uttered this in the flattest tone of voice they had ever produced. What? Files upon files upon files. Hiruzen Sarutobi's current affairs was a hard task to be done, but nevertheless, something that he recognized as important. Right in front of him, placed upon his desk for his eyes to see, were the files of people who had the greatest chance of being a superhuman like Naruto. Most of them, granted, were children of Naruto's chronological age. Hiruzen sorted them out from those who only had a small chance of being a superhuman based on how they grew over the past 8 years. Naruto and Satsuki were noticed by many people, including him, as children who outgrew most of their peers physically and mentally despite sharing the same year of birth. Hiruzen assumed that it was a share that these people shared to varying degrees, and so he began the search for these superhumans based on that criteria. And the number was surprisingly little. Though it shouldn't have been that surprising to him, considering that he had assumed there might be something within the human DNA that allowed some people to become a superhuman while the others could not even hope to become one. His mind was already crafting plans to meet them. Hiruzen assumed that only few amongst these children knew that they're different. Their power might haven't even manifested yet, unlike Naruto and Satsuki. So Hiruzen thought that a conversation must take place between him and the child's parents. While the child will be requested to take a blood sample to check for anomalies. The reason that he didn't want to try that with either Naruto, Satsuki and Neiko was because he knew that it would not yield the best result, so to speak. With Naruto, his highly durable skin would not allow any kind of penetration from the needle so that his blood could be extracted. With Satsuki, her power was reactive in nature, and Hiruzen assumed that it would go into overdrive and repel the needle and the one grabbing it with a blast of her energy. And with Neko's heightened tactile sense, it would cause a disruption with her sight. Hiruzen had attempted it once she had assured him that it would only be temporary and that she could withstand the pain. And the reaction that she had when the tip of the needle got into the surface of her skin cost him a nurse who had to be taken to the infirmary so as to treat her injury. She profusely apologized, and Hiruzen did not dare to try it again lest he wanted to deliberately hurt one of his doctors or nurses, which would not happen anytime soon. Violent reaction seems to be a common occurrence with them. I could only hope that we would have no further accidents. Hiruzen thought before he looked at one file in particular, regarding the youngest child of Sume Inuzuka, but then again. That's one of the reasons why they have to be grouped together and trained. Like a shinobi, they require a proper grasp of their ability so that they could prevent it from endangering someone. However, unlike a shinobi, they might not even realize that they have a special ability that differentiated them from other people in the first place. And if they did not even know it, how would their parents know? Quite a venture. However, the reward is worth the hassle. Hiruzen thought rather optimistically before adding, I hope. Even after an hour of explanation spent while they were sitting in the chairs at the living room, Satsuki still find it hard to believe that the Shiho girl had an ability similar to what she and Naruto had. To her, she just had an overactive imagination. However, even though she's having a hard time believing her, she couldn't help but think that her so-called knowledge was too elaborate to be something that she thought of on the spot. And even if she had planned this for a long time, for what reason would she lie about her being a boy named Sasuke? Or that her mother was killed in the massacre even though she's there with them, alive and well? Unbeknownst to her, Makoto was also having trouble discerning her knowledge's authenticity. She wasn't sure whether this girl was just a little bit crazy, a very imaginative person, or someone who just loved making up the most ridiculous, outlandish things and saying it with a straight face. I can see that you don't believe me, said Shiho. She looked as if she expected it to happen but still feeling the emotional pain nonetheless. She sighed and said, I didn't expect you to, anyway. Seeing her like this, Makoto felt a little bit saddened, realizing that she might have experienced this numerous times, possibly from her own parents. Forgive us Shiho-san, but we just find it hard to believe. Yeah, I mean, me being a boy. Satsuki asked before she shuddered, I can't even imagine what I'd look like. Well, you look like you. Shiho answered, except, you know, a boy instead of a girl. Naruto, seeing that this won't get them anywhere, turned to Shiho and said, Shiho, is there anything else that you remember about Satsuki? Maybe something strange. Shiho thought about it in silence for a few seconds before she said, well, there is this one thing. She then said one thing that really stood out. One thing that made them think that there's a possibility that her power of knowing stuff was indeed genuine. Ridiculous as it might seem. I remembered that Konoha's symbol was not the spiral leaf. Shiho began, and she finished it with, it's your clan's symbol. The fan. And the Hokage was, Fugaku. Fugaku Uchiha was his name, I think. Naruto, Satsuki and Makoto immediately realized the grim implication of such a statement. Being the select few who knew about the real reason why a large number of members of the Uchiha clan was murdered, they knew that the change of the village's symbol and Fugaku holding the position of the Hokage were the indications of Uchiha clan's successful rebellion. It was really weird. Shiho continued, as if not noticing that the tension in the room just increased twofold. I mean, if the symbol is changed, that must mean that something big happened that involves your clan. Like a rebellion or something. Makoto gulped a non-existent lump in her throat. What she said hit too close to home. And the way she's acting made her think that this girl knew next to nothing about the failed coup d'état, and so, she could not just make that up due to a lack of basis for her to use. Every lie, especially the good ones, must be based from the truth to be believed. And considering that this girl showed that she had no idea about the failed coup made Makoto more willing to believe that she was telling the truth when she said that she knows stuff. What? Shiho asked after a tense silence made her notice that Naruto, Satsuki and Makoto were looking at her as if she had grown a second head. Did I say anything weird? I mean, compared to the other stuff that I've said. Makoto chose to be the one to take hold of the conversation by being the first to speak after a tense silence. It's not that you said anything weird. What you said before, about the symbol of the village being the Uchiha's fan. Let's just say that it's something that nearly becomes a reality. Even with the glasses obscuring her eyes, they knew that her eyes were as wide as they can be. Wait, a rebellion nearly happened. Why your clan was planning to rebel? She asked before she said this. Wait, is that why they were murdered? Because Itachi Uchiha knew an hold on. Doesn't that mean that Suddenly, but not surprisingly, Shiho began to panic. Wait, I'm not supposed to know about this, am I? That depends. Makoto said as she crossed her arms and shot a stern look at Shiho. What did you get from that little tidbit of mine? Shiho could only stammer out of nervousness as she had a severe case of panic attack that made her brain unable to create a proper response in a short time. I understood that. Itachi Uchiha. Killed a large number of your clan. A is ordered by H his higher ups and Seeing her began to hug herself and curl up out of fear and panic for knowing more than she should have. Naruto grasped her shoulder tightly with one hand while using the other to rub her back so that she would be calmer, and said, Hey, Shiho, calm down, don't worry. Don't worry, okay. They're not going to hurt you because of what you know. Right, Makoto-san. Makoto sighed out of regret. Despite what the girl now knew, she was still a child. And the way she asked that question did make her sound like a ruthless interrogator that would torture her if she gave her the wrong answer. She blamed her experience in being a kunoichi for that one. She walked closer to the profusely shaking girl, knelt down so that she would be at her eye level, and said, I apologize if my question seemed harsh. Naruto's right, it's okay. We're not going to hurt you. Shiho looked at her, and asked, Why you won't? We won't. Surprisingly, it was Satsuki who said it, not Makoto, as long as you don't tell anybody else. Shiho quickly made a horizontally aligned zipping motion with her hand over her lips, not a soul. Not even my parents would know of it. Makoto nodded approvingly, good. She said as she grasped the other side of her shoulder that was not touched by Naruto, and let me just say this. I don't think that we will doubt your claim of knowing stuff, ever again. Knowledge, despite how useful it could be, also had a property which few knew, and fewer still would ever know in their lives. Knowledge enlightens. This is known by many throughout the world. But what most didn't know, knowledge could cripple an individual. Maddened, disillusioned, driven to suicide, apathy, fear, these things can be caused by a certain knowledge. Not everything in the universe are supposed to be known. Even Shiho, for all her claim, might not be able to know the deepest, most terrible secrets of the universe. But she could certainly come very close. Still, I can't help but wonder where all these false memories of yours came from. Naruto said, is there any noticeable things that happened every time before it occurred or is it just random? Mostly, it's random. Shiho answered, but lately. I don't know. What? Asked Satsuki, somewhat curious about this so-called power of hers. Lately, I've been experiencing a lot of pulls. Like the feeling when your hair's suddenly being pulled at by someone for no reason at all. Shiho began to explain, these pulls now predate almost every recent memory pop-ups. But it still comes up randomly. I can't try to summon a memory to surface, if that's what you're getting at. At this, Naruto began to contemplate as to why her strange power was so different compared to any of them. The function and the mechanics of her power was chaotic and unpredictable, not to mention her power was something that didn't exactly make sense, let alone exist. But yet, here she was, having a memory of a Konoha being ruled by the Uchiha due to their supposedly successful rebellion despite not knowing that it's something that nearly happened in reality. Considering that my powers are increasing. I suppose that in time, you could control it. Naruto said, and who knows? It might become something even more than that. Shiho was both intrigued and confused, and so she asked him, what do you mean by becoming something even more than it already is? At this, Naruto merely smiled and said, my flight doesn't manifest itself right off the bat. At first, I could only jump very high, very far, and delay my fall by hovering, but I wasn't able to really fly until much later. Shiho was silent. Her brain was trying to digest the given information, and after a minute, she said the first thing that came to mind. You can fly? She asked with an awestruck voice. Alright. I haven't told you what my powers are. Naruto uttered out in a moment of realization that caused him to sheepishly rub the back of his neck. Yeah, like you, I have a. Well, I have a few numbers of powers actually. Satsuki here, like I told you before, also has one. What's yours? Asked the curious Shiho. In response, Satsuki enveloped herself in a thin energy force field that glowed faintly. She smiled sheepishly afterwards and said, this is the best that I could maintain at this moment. Whoa. That is cool. Shiho uttered out as she extended her hand to try and touch the thin barrier. And pulled it away in one quick motion when she felt as if she had been slightly electrocuted. Ow! She screamed out, but instead of getting afraid, she merely laughed, wow. That is awesome. Satsuki chuckled and shook her head at seeing her more than simply excited reaction. She looked at Naruto and remarked, "She's fun." Naruto and Makoto reciprocated her grin with ones of their own. This Shiho was something else, that's for sure. Her power, her personality, the way it's easy for her to accept things so fast. Well, considering what her power was, it'd drive her insane if she wasn't able to quickly adapt. Still, we'll have to introduce you to the old man Hokage sometime. Naruto said, though I'm not sure if your power can be properly measured, you're still one of us. And we have to stick together, no? Shiho smiled brightly and said, this is nice, you know. What? Asked Satsuki. Having friends. You know, real friends, someone who could actually understands me. Someone that I could share this thing that I have. It feels nice, she said in a manner that seemed to show both her sadness and her happiness. Seeing this, Makoto became rather concerned. Do you not have any friends, Shiho? No. Well, even if I have some people that I can talk to, they're not really that close to me. We only talked a bit when we're required to. Most of the time, they like to talk to their other friends, the ones that they do like to talk with. Shiho explained to the Uchiha matriarch. Maybe it's because they find me weird. Which wouldn't be that surprising. Her face brightened once again when she said, but here I am now, with people that I can actually relate to. Looks like I did the right choice coming to your house, Naruto. The boy whom she mentioned merely smiled as he said, glad you made the right choice too. Though meeting the Hokage is mandatory, correct? Makoto reminded them, no matter the ability is, he needs to be told to. Right. Well, do you have anything else to do after this, Shiho? Asked Naruto. Actually, my parents don't exactly know where I'm going, so they're probably worried right now. Shiho explained. I kind of went to your home out of impulse after the academy's over, with practically nothing planned in advance. Well, it's not that late, they wouldn't mind if you got home a little bit late, right? The whiskered boy asked again, somewhat eager to welcome her to their makeshift group of remarkable people. I don't know. I have never gotten out from home this long. Shiho answered before she sheepishly rubbed the back of her neck, I'm not really an active person. Naruto sighed, knowing that despite what he wanted, she would still have more time in the future to be introduced to the Hokage. For now, what she needed was to go home. Then I'll take you home. Shiho nodded as she stood up. Sounds great. Naruto then turned to Satsuki and Makoto and bowed slightly. Well then, we'll be leaving now. Thanks for having us. Anytime. Makoto said as she stood up as well. You know you're always welcome here, Naruto. You haven't forgotten that, have you? She rhetorically asked with a smile. No, of course not. But thanks for reminding me. Naruto said to the Uchiha matriarch. He then turned to the bespectacled blonde girl and said, well, let's go, yeah. Shiho nodded her head before turning to Makoto and bowed slightly in a sign that conveyed her gratitude for her hospitality and choosing to not do anything harmful to her despite what she knew. And afterwards, both blondes left Makoto's house as quickly as when they came. After she saw them closing the door, Makoto turned to Satsuki, and she couldn't help but to be amused at her annoyed expression. It was as if she's Naruto's girlfriend who just watched him being too friendly with another girl. Satsuki. She called, deliberately stressing her tone of voice to show her amusement and bring her daughter out of her reverie. Why yes? She asked, finally noticing that she's far too focused to respond to her mother without a delay in her reaction. What is it, Mom? Satsuki became more uncomfortable when her mother merely shook her head with that knowing smile on her face. Nothing. Nothing at all. By the way, seeing that it's going to be nighttime soon, let's prepare dinner, shall we? Sometimes, her daughter could be so obvious that it almost hurt her to withhold her laughter. The entrance door of Shiho's house was opened, and from the inside, came out a man, most likely her father judging by his appearance, wearing a simple green t-shirt and a pair of brown shorts. Like her, her father shared a blonde hair with the same shade. And that's not the only similarities between them, as he too, wear glasses. Though not as thick and obscuring as the one his daughter was wearing. Hi Dad, I'm home. Shiho said as she stood beside Naruto. Her dad nodded and said in a rather jovial tone, "Welcome home." He then turned to Naruto and said, "And I see you brought a boy with you. What's your name, son?" "Naruto. Kanzaki Naruto." "Ah, you're Kanzaki's boy." Shiho's father asked rhetorically, "Do you know that many parents, especially mothers, talk about you?" "I only know little about that, sir." Naruto said rather bashfully. He had heard from his mother that sometimes, he would be the main topic of many housewives' gossips, so he knew that at the very least, he was quite known among the community. "They say you are a remarkable young boy. Developed so fast that one could mistake you being in your early teens despite your age." Shiho's father continued, "Seeing you firsthand, I can actually believe in one of their gossips now." The older man then extended his hand and said, "My name's Daisuke. Daisuke Shimamori, and I believe you've met my daughter, Shiho." "Yes, I have. Pleasure to meet you, Daisuke-san." "Likewise. Now, what brings you to our house?" Daisuke asked Naruto. "Oh, I'm just here to accompany Shiho back home," answered the blonde boy. "Is there a problem with that?" "No, of course not. It's just that my daughter rarely, if ever, brings someone into our home. It surprises me, all." Daisuke assured Naruto. "So what have you two been doing?" I talked with him about the dreams that I was having, remember dad?" Daisuke nodded but his brows were furrowed. "Yes, I do. But why do you need to talk to him about that?" "It's not my imagination acting up, dad." Shiho said, "It's real. It's all very real." Daisuke sighed. "Well, you sound convinced, unlike before. Which means that it's been clarified, somehow, someway. But I'm not seeking an argument. No matter what your mother's been insisting, I know that what you have could not be a product of a simple imagination." Hearing this, Naruto got the impression that Shiho's mother did not believe, or having a hard time to believe her daughter's claim of knowing things that did not happen. "It's simply too elaborately crafted to be a lie," Daisuke stated, "but what is it exactly that makes you remember all these things?" "It's her ability, Daisuke-san." Naruto said. "She could do something that other people can't. And in her case, it comes with this knowledge of things that never happened. But could have." Daisuke finished, surprising Naruto. "The Kyuubi stories are the things that could have happened, once I think it through. Grim as they might be." He then shook his head and said, "Anyway, do you want to come in, son?" "No thank you. As I said, I'm here just to accompany your daughter home." Naruto said as he slightly bowed his head. "I'll be leaving now. See you later, Daisuke-san, Shiho." "Bye, Naruto." Shiho said with a smile on her face. Shiho kept on looking at Naruto until he's completely gone before turning to her father, who's raising his eyebrows, a sign of amusement, complete with a smile that would remind one of a cat. "Come inside before you got the urge to chase him down the street, young lady," he said in a mockingly gruff, commanding voice. Shiho merely shook her head and said, "Will do, sir." She replied playfully. Like almost every other day, Naruto did not sleep through the night. This time, it was because his mind was enraptured with Shiho. Or, to be more exact, of her ability. The so-called fake memories of hers was not actually fake, per se, they were things that did not happen, but could have. Somewhat confusing, but that's one of the easiest way to explain it. However, Naruto was certain that it had to be connected to chakra somehow. Naruto knew that his powers came from the slight changes in how their energy is converted, which was the same with Satsuki and Neiko. It altered their bodies in a way that allowed them to have special abilities that no other people, not even other shinobi, could have. Perhaps it changes how her brain functions. But what kind of changes that made her able to remember things that she shouldn't or couldn't have? Altering one's brain is not enough. He thought to himself, Damn it, she's very puzzling. Though Naruto had a very limited knowledge about the biological working of a human body, the way that her chakra modified her to be able to have fake memories puzzled him. Naruto had been entertaining many possible reasons as to why she had such a strange ability, and to his befuddlement, nothing seemed to fit. Whatever she had, it's as if it just existed, inexplicably, without any reason that could explain as to how she got it. Hell, even his own powers could be explained to a degree, even Satsuki's and Neko's, but Shiho's. Too perplexing. And that was why he couldn't stop thinking about her. Her ability, that is. It was as if he's faced with a difficult riddle that he needed to solve in a short time. Except that he was not required to solve it at a given time. So caught up in his thoughts, Naruto didn't realize that the sun began to rise from the east. At the small burst of light that came from the yellow star peeking up from the horizon, Naruto decided that his obsessive streak needed to stop. So he floated down to the floor of his room and went towards the kitchen. His mother was still working night to morning shift at the hospital, so for now, he was alone in the house. Though some would say that leaving an 8-year-old kid alone in the house was a pretty irresponsible thing to do, when the said 8-year-old kid turned out to look like a 14 or 16-year-old and think and act like a responsible person, one could say that one was on the losing side of the argument. Plus, considering that his strength could pretty much outmatch any adult in terms of strength, the argument became more and more pointless to be debated. Naruto prepared himself some bread and milk and then consuming them without much gusto. He still felt incomplete for not able to figure out how Shiho's power actually worked. He shook his head and thought, sometimes I really hate this obsessive side of myself. So he decided to take his mind off a bit by killing time through reading something. Granted, it was not a really riveting piece of literature, considering that it was a newspaper, but still it did its job. When he felt that he had already taken up enough time, he went upstairs to change his clothes into that of an orange hoodie over a dark blue shirt and a pair of black trousers, combined with black shoes. He got out of the house, locked the door and went to the academy by foot. After passing by several places that he's already familiar with, thanks to him using the route that he usually took, he arrived at the academy. However, in front of the gate leading to the building's interior, there was a Chunin, one of the academy instructors, who had a few pieces of papers in his hand. He saw the Chunin looking at him, then the Chunin flipped through the clipped-on papers, and stopped at a particular one. Then the Chunin looked at him again, this time he looked a bit more certain, and he approached him. Kanzaki Naruto? He asked the blonde. Yes. Naruto replied with an uncertainty in his tone of voice, can I help you? You're not going to class today. You're going to the Hokage's office. And Naruto's morning became slightly more interesting. Hearing his office's door being knocked, the Hokage said, come in. And from there, entered the person that he had been waiting for. The boy was rather early to be able to meet everyone else that he had also called to his office, but nevertheless, his presence was most welcome. Hey old man. So what's this about? I saw a Chunin carrying several papers that included me and several others to come here. Naruto stated as he closed the door, what's going on? Always the one to notice the littlest of details he was. Hiruzen thought to himself, though you are earlier than expected, I welcome you all the same. Your mother has also been notified, but she'll be a little late. Welcome me to what? Asked Naruto. To a meeting of superhumans, answered Hiruzen. I've compiled a list of possible superhumans based on a physical trait that I hypothesized is something that all of you might share. Which is accelerated maturation, physically and or mentally. At least, it's something that's only shared by those who are born with superpowers. Those like Neiko might not be covered, but this is the best that I could do for now. Naruto, hearing the term that Hiruzen used, raised one of his eyebrows out of amusement, so a shinobi or kunoichi has jutsus, while we have superpowers. Hiruzen shrugged in response, it fits, no. After all, what you do is not exactly a technique. It's more of an ability, a talent, something that would grow into prominence, sometimes without you realizing it. The difference is, our talents, compared to the more conventional, ordinary ones, have a bigger potential to be volatile and or destructive if improperly controlled. Said Naruto. Then it's only the matter of training them, correct? Hiruzen asked in a rhetorical manner. The name and nature of our powers might be different, but one similarity between them that we can agree on is that the wielder of the power needs a lot of practice to utilize it correctly and safely. Naruto, approving that statement, said, true. So, who have you called to meet here? You know most of them I believe. Said Hiruzen, because I am basing this search on the trait that you and Satsuki shared, I compiled a list that consists of several of your classmates with varying degrees of precocious growth spurt and have invited them here along with their parents to explain the reason why they were called. Naruto was somewhat pleased. The possibility that some of his classmates might be superhumans had crossed his mind before, and to know that Hiruzen had acted on the same train of thought was quite satisfying of an information. But there was some problems connected to using that method. But searching superhumans based on that trait alone won't get us far, will it? I mean, we won't be able to find people like Nako-san who was already on her prime when she received her power. Not to mention that we will also get some children who are not us but share that one trait. Naruto pointed out the flaws in the method that Hiruzen was using. I know of that little hiccup. And to counteract that, I will assign a medical checkup for these kids, see if they have an anomaly in their genetic code to determine whether they are superhuman or not. Hiruzen said calmly, a little bit complicated, but I figured that this is the best that we could do for now. Until we get a better one, this is the only method that we could use. Naruto had to admit that there's a severe limitation as to what they could do to find others like him. Though it bugged him, he knew that there was nothing that he could do to change that. Not yet, at the very least. So what other methods do you suggest, old man? He asked him. Well, on the top of my head, if we had a person who could reach out to other superhumans due to a similarity in their brain wave patterns, it would be more than enough of a help. Hiruzen threw out the first idea that came to his mind, a telepath, shall we say. You mean something similar to the technique of the Yamanaka clan? Asked Naruto, remembering the Shintention no Jutsu that allowed them to possess someone by entering their minds. But on a larger scale and a more effective method. Hiruzen added, however, it's nothing more than a hopeful thought for now. But considering that there's someone like you, whose limits are, well, practically undetermined as of yet due to the sheer magnitude of your power. Well, who knows? Naruto smiled in a way that showed he's a bit abashed by Hiruzen's compliment. Naruto never had any kind of outlet that would force him to use his powers to their fullest, and so, it could be said that his power had no limits to speak of. But Naruto thought that his power must be limited somehow, and that was why he was a bit embarrassed by the compliment. Despite the fact that it was a possibility, Naruto did not like to think that he had no limits. It was arrogant to think as such. We'll just see, old man, said Naruto, but how will we discover their powers if by chance, they themselves did not know they had one? Naruto asked again. Then I'll arrange something for their ability to show. Hiruzen answered, however, if you and Satsuki manifested your powers at this age, then I'd assume that the superhuman ones that I've called here are no different. So until I've proven wrong, we'll continue with this plan. Naruto was still unsure, but decided that worrying about this now was not really that productive either, so he silently agreed and opted to wait until the arrival of the parents and children that Hiruzen had invited to form any other plans. This means that the secret has to go out now. Naruto thought, knowing that what Hiruzen did would mean that what he has must be known to others as well now. Well, if it weren't because of my own initiative, then it would be because of others, he rationalized. It was half a minute after he decided to take this in stride when he realized something. Wait, while we're on that, did you put Shiho Shimamori into your list by any chance? Hiruzen took a moment to recall the list that he made and said. I believe I did not. I saw her file but I didn't include her. Is she a superhuman as well? Naruto nodded as he stood up. Yeah, but she's not as physically grown up as me and Satsuki. If this meeting's happening, then it just won't do if she's not here. I'll go and get her and her father, old man. I'll be right back, he said as he quickly went out of Hiruzen's office. He stopped and looked at his surroundings for a moment, and when he noticed that though there were a few number of people around him, most of them were not focusing their eyes on him. So they did not see him disappear and become nothing but a blurry line to their eyes. Arriving at Shiho's house, Naruto knocked the entrance door 3 times. And this time, instead of her father, it was an older woman, presumably her mother that opened it, considering that unlike Daisuke's brown hair, she shared the same shade of blonde hair as her daughters. Hello young man, said Shiho's mother, what can I help you with? I'm looking for Shiho, said Naruto, is she here? Or is she already in the academy? Asked the blonde boy successively. Oh, she's already in the academy, said she, somewhat curious and confused as to what Naruto wanted with her daughter. Say, aren't you Kanzaki's son, Naruto? What are you doing here instead of being in the academy with Shiho? I got a More important thing to do. Naruto said, anyway, I'll see you later Shimamori-san. Now hold on just a minute. Said Mrs. Shimamori, halting Naruto midway. Why are you looking for my daughter? She asked in a rather stern, but concerned tone of voice. There's this meeting that she had to attend. Naruto said. He was about to invite her, but after remembering that she was more than just skeptical, he changed his choice of words. You and Daisuke-san should come too. It's something that the Hokage made. Very important. You do not want to miss it. Does it concern her progress in the academy in any way? Asked Mrs. Shimamori. No. It's something else. Naruto answered with complete honesty. You should come with Daisuke-san. I'll get your daughter. It's going to happen quite soon, so be prepared. And with that, Naruto began to run to the academy, already excited at the prospect of gathering what was known of his kind together. Alright class, now we will. Iruka was interrupted when Naruto knocked 3 times in quick succession and opened the door to the class all by himself. Sorry for the interruption. But I need to take Shiho for an indefinite amount of time. After a second of silence, Naruto added, Hokage's orders. Ah, very well. Iruka said in a moment of bewilderment and confusion, Shiho-san. He called out to the bespectacled blonde girl. In response, she stood up almost immediately. Somewhat confused, but nevertheless, she trusted Naruto and thus she came to him. What's up? She asked rather quietly. Let's go outside first, shall we? Naruto asked rhetorically as he guided her to walk out of the class. Wait, Naruto. Iruka called out to him, and he continued when Naruto stopped and turned to him, weren't you supposed to be in class? I was called as well. Naruto quickly said to Iruka to explain the situation. Continue with your teaching, Iruka-sensei. We'll see you later. He said as a farewell. When Naruto left the classroom, Iruka was reminded of something. Oh yeah, wasn't there a Chunin telling some children that they've to go to the Hokage's office instead of the class? What was that all about? So what is it Naruto? Asked Shiho as she followed him outside the academy. What's going on? The old man Hokage is gathering people like us. You know, superhumans. Naruto told her. And for some reason, you're not on his list. It's a mistake, it must be, but considering the way the old man's trying to find people like us, it's not that surprising. What method did he use? Shiho asked, curious as to why she was not listed. Accelerated growth. Basically, the list of potential superhumans contained several children that grow so fast in physical and/or mental sense. Naruto explained, and no offense, but you don't appear to have a excessive growth spurt. I know. Shiho said without any sense of vitriol in her tone of voice. Instead, it sounded as if she really understood what he said. Considering that my power is an aberrant in itself compared to others, I guess I shouldn't be surprised if I don't share a trait that you guys have. Though Naruto sensed no bitter sarcasm in her voice, Naruto immediately said this. Hey, that stuff does not matter, alright. You're still one of us, and that's the most important thing. Shiho smiled at Naruto's assurance. Despite the fact that Shiho was not asking nor implying that she wanted him to do so, she appreciated it nonetheless. Thanks. So who's coming besides us? Well, I assume Satsuki will be there as well. Along with your parents. Naruto answered, but I don't know about the others. I asked about you first, knowing that there's a possibility of you not being included in the list. I didn't exactly ask the old man about who was on it. Ah, that's sweet of you Naruto. Shiho remarked after hearing the first part of his answer. Naruto smiled and patted her back. Hey, there's no way I'm going to let you miss this just because your name is not included. You're really nice, Naruto. Thanks for that, Shiho said with a bashful smile. No problem, was Naruto's response, and afterwards, both blondes continued their walk towards the Hokage's office in a comfortable silence. However, after just a few minutes, Shiho felt a familiar feeling in the back of her head. The feeling of someone pulling a large chunk of her hair out of the blue that indicated her power was acting up. And this one was powerful enough of a feeling to bring her to her knees as she placed her hand onto her head to try to alleviate the woozy feeling that came without warning. Shiho. Naruto said her name as he prevented her from falling down. He saw that her eyes were not staring at anything in particular and appeared unfocused, as if her mind was not really there. Naruto shook her slightly, trying to get a reaction out of her, but there was no result, as she appeared to be in a trance. He then lifted her up and moved towards somewhere where she can lie down, which was the nearest bench available. After he put her down gently, he remained at her side and keep on watching her in case she required an immediate medical attention. Because as of now, Shiho's condition did not deem a visit to the hospital. That said, it was as of now, who knows what could happen in the next few hours. After a couple of minutes, Shiho seemed to finally come to her senses, judging by how she's at least focusing on a certain object instead of staring blankly at nothing in particular. The object in question was Naruto. To be more specific, she was looking at his striking blue eyes. Hey, are you alright? Was the first thing that Naruto asked. Shiho's response was delayed. There was a new memory that sprouted to her mind, one that involved him, and several other people including her. I saw. Her voice was wavering, as if she was not sure if she should share what she had seen with Naruto. But she gulped and continued speaking, I saw. There was Satsuki there, among a lot of people as I helped her, I think. With several others. And then there was. What? There was what, Shiho? She looked at Naruto with fear in her eyes and said. I saw the Kyuubi. Looming over a destroyed Konoha. The ruins. The corpses. There were so many dead people. Wait, Shiho, calm down. Calm down, okay. Naruto said as he held Shiho close to his body as she was having another panic fit after what she claimed she had seen. It was horrible. Horrible. She muttered out as she began to curl herself up. Naruto, in response, hugged her tighter to calm her down, and she did not fight against the gesture. Hey, it's alright. Naruto said in a soothing voice that was almost as low as a whisper, it's alright, okay, it didn't happen. But what if it could? Shiho asked in a quieter voice that Naruto managed to hear, This memory feels different somehow. It's very vivid, and the way it comes to me like that. I don't know Naruto, I think that there's something more to this, but. Hey. It's alright. Naruto said, assuring her of her safety, nothing like that is going to happen. But if it does, the village has me, right? I can take care of some big old furry fox. He said rather confidently, though not smugly as he smiled to give her a measure of assurance. Shiho got a bit calmer at that. But nevertheless, the memory caused a fit that would not go away soon. Naruto, knowing that it would take some time before Shiho could be free from the panic fit, decided to do the most reasonable thing to do, which was to accompany her until she calmed down. With every minute, Naruto heard her breathing becoming more and more stable. His company allowed her to get calmer faster than it would had he weren't there. Patiently, he accompanied Shiho until she took several deep breaths before saying, Alright. I'm okay. I'm okay. With that, Naruto began to relinquish his hold over Shiho until he's no longer hugging her anymore. He wanted to let Shiho recompose herself if that's what she desired. Though she was fine by herself for a moment, she immediately took Naruto's hand in hers when she began to experience the start of another panic attack. And that calmed her somewhat. Naruto squeezed her hind slightly, minding his strength to not accidentally hurt her in the process, and said, It's okay. Shiho smiled at Naruto's assurance. Most of the time when more of the grim memories showed up, Shiho always had a severe case of panic attack. During the time when she remembered the death of her parents, she was in the classroom and had to be excused to the infirmary because of the excessive amount of sweating and slight trembling that she had. Usually, she rationalized it by saying that it was just an overactive imagination, that her brain merely convinced her that it happened when it didn't. But after what she knew of the Uchiha and their failed coup, Shiho thought that there's a possibility that these memories were more than the product of simple overactive imagination. So when the particular memory of Kyuubi attacking Konoha with Satsuki trying to fight it came to her head, the fear got to her fast, and she had a hard time suppressing it. But thankfully, Naruto was there to help her, and because of that, she had already gotten through it easier compared to how long she would be stuck in that phase if she were alone. Thanks. Shiho said to Naruto as she reciprocated his gesture with her own. Naruto nodded before he said, Well, if you're alright, then let's go to the old man, shall we? There they are. thought Hiruzen as the door leading to his office was knocked. When it was opened, there came Naruto along with who he remembered as Shiho Shimamori, who's apparently a superhuman despite the fact that she did not share the physical traits that Naruto and Satsuki had. Still, considering that he's relying on an assumption that in turn, relied on rather flimsy evidences, Hiruzen already expected that there would be some contradiction. When they entered, the blondes were greeted by a few people. Most of the people that Hiruzen had ordered to come had already arrived. Naruto found most of the faces familiar, due to him going to the same academy. Among the familiar faces, there was Satsuki, Kiba, Sakura, and Ino, who came along with their respective parents. And when these people see Naruto, he could see that there was some degree of surprise and expectation. Probably it's due to the fact that he's somewhat late. Thanks to him helping Shiho with her panic episode, Shiho's parents was already there, along with Naruto's mother. "Welcome back Naruto-kun," said Hiruzen, "you are slightly late. I've already explained everything to them in your absence." "Sorry for my lateness, old man," Naruto said, earning some raised eyebrows from some who did not know that Naruto was one of the few people that Hiruzen allowed Naruto to call him with a nickname. "It's all right, Naruto," said Hiruzen to the boy before he stood up and addressed the rest of the crowd. "Now, all of you follow me. I have prepared a room for us to be used for the blood test." "Blood test?" Shiho asked. "It is to find the X factor within your genes. Something that makes you special." Hiruzen answered, a word of caution. "There is a possibility that some of you might not have this X factor. As I have said before, I am using a yet-to-be-tested method of finding superhumans, so some lapses are expected." Hiruzen then walked towards the door. "Follow me, people." Most of the parents walked out of the door, following the third Hokage. Some of the children however, particularly those who were Naruto's friends, flocked to the blonde boy. "Hey Naruto, are you a superhuman? Is that what it's called? Are you a superhuman too?" Kiba asked as he went to Naruto's side. Naruto turned to his friend from the animalistic clan of Konoha who wore a simple black t-shirt and gray shorts and he answered his question with, "I am." "You too. We all are actually. Well, some of us anyway, this test will clear that up." He then noticed the thing on his head and couldn't help but say, "So you finally got a nin dog." "Oh, yeah," Kiba said with a grin, "this here is Akamaru. Say hello boy." The small, fluffy-looking dog with thick white fur that covered its body replied with an energetic bark as a response to Kiba's order. Naruto smiled at Kiba's success. After a long time of incapability to find a dog partner which was considered as shameful for an Inuzuka, he finally succeeded in gaining one. Sure, he might be just a small pup now, but someday, he'll grow big, you'll see. Kiba said rather confidently with a grin. Naruto patted his friend's shoulder and said, "Congratulations Kiba." The feral boy rubbed his nose in a sign that indicated his slight embarrassment and slight happiness, hee. "Thanks. Finally, after many years." "Hey Naruto." Reacting to the sudden pat on his back, Naruto turned his head towards Satsuki, who caught his attention. "You don't think that our blood need to be taken as well, don't you? I mean with what we have." "Wait, you guys already know your power?" was the question that was asked by Ino, who came to Satsuki's side. "And what do you mean by what you have?" Ino's best friend, Sakura asked as well. Satsuki turned to them. "Our powers don't exactly allow anything to penetrate our skins. And even if I can turn it off, I can't turn off a part of my brain that reacts violently to pain. And I can't turn off my power." Naruto added, "So in turn, any needles won't get through my skin." Ino, Sakura, and Kiba looked at Naruto with varying degrees of confusion, but then, a new voice spoke out, "You have an indestructible skin." They turned towards the source of the voice, and they saw a boy with black hair tied into a short ponytail wearing a black short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of green cargo short. The boy looked somewhat lazy-looking, and his expression was not a distinctive one. His gaze seemed to convey his lack of sleep, if that were the case. Naruto answered the boy's question with, "Yeah. Along with several other powers." "Huh, several powers. You're a wild card." Naruto smiled at what the boy said. The boy was direct and quite quick to catch on by assigning that trait to him. And Naruto didn't mind his slight tactlessness. He had seen the boy in his class, sleeping most of the time, yet he never knew his name. Now, he had caught his interest, Kanzaki Naruto. He introduced himself as he extended his hand. The boy responded and the two shook hands, Nara Shikamaru. The boy introduced himself, though not bothering to change his expression. But Naruto didn't mind it one bit. So how do you two discover your powers? Naruto looked at Satsuki, who seemed rather reluctant to talk about that, considering that though she knew that she had a superpower long before this even happened, she got to use it when she tried to fight her brother after he killed a massive part of his clan. He looked at her, and she in turn at him, and they shared a silent conversation. Satsuki nodded, her expression was slightly hardened, indicating that she wanted to speak out. Naruto nodded back and allowed her to speak first. I kind of knew that I have some kind of distinctive ability several years ago. Satsuki began, drawing most of the attention towards her, but I discovered what it really is when I confronted my brother. Itachi Uchiha, said a new voice. The one who spoke was a girl, brown hair styled into a single braid, wearing a turquoise sleeveless t-shirt and a pair of black cargo pants. A rather well-toned looking girl that Naruto had never seen before in his class. Yes. Itachi Uchiha. Satsuki nearly slipped into using the name, Itachi ni, out of habit. But I wasn't able to do anything to him. I was, and still weak. And he what? Asked the brown-haired girl. And he has a power similar to mine. Satsuki answered as she clenched her fists. Much more experienced compared to me in using it too. I wouldn't stand a chance if I had continued fighting. At this, the group got a bit more subdued, which prompted the brown-haired girl to almost immediately say, sorry for darkening the mood guys, didn't really mean to do it, I was just curious. Satsuki procured a small, faint smile. The apology was sincere, and did not feel as if she was obliged to do so. She really felt bad and apologized for what she did, despite the fact that it was not really her fault. That's all right, she said to the girl, somewhat liking her already. What's your name? Tenten, answered the girl. That's my dad right there, she said as she pointed towards the heavily built man located on the group of adults several feet away in front of them. He's a weapon seller. Have you ever heard of the Armed Dragon shop? She asked. Can't say that I have, no. Satsuki answered, but Tenten did not look dismayed by what she said. She merely nodded and muttered, oh, alright. My name's Satsuki by the way. Nice to meet you, she said as she extended her hand, to which, Satsuki graciously reciprocated. So what's your, power, exactly? In response to that question, Satsuki produced a circle-shaped energy field that she emitted from her stretched left hand. The energy field glowed and hummed slightly, and those around Satsuki, except for Naruto, looked at what she created in awe. Wow! Was what Sakura said as she saw the purple-colored energy field that Satsuki was able to create at a whim. Satsuki turned it off after a few seconds and said, that's basically all that I can do at this moment. That is, without exhausting myself. She stated, I'm still figuring out what I can really do with this. My brother could. Well, he's able to use a few variations of this energy field. I'm hoping to at least be capable of mastering what I can do now. Which is? Asked Ino. Using it into creating beams of energy that can be used offensively. Satsuki answered with a rather satisfied-looking smile. It's small, but it's a start. Huh. What about you then, Naruto? Asked the girl named Tenten, turning over to the blonde boy. She appeared to be rather invested with the topic of the conversation. Yeah, what's your power? Asked Sakura before she contemplated her question for a second and changed it slightly. I mean, your powers. Other than the indestructible skin. She added. Enhanced strength, stamina, equilibrium, senses, self-sufficiency. Naruto began to list off his capabilities. At least, the ones that he already had. And flight. He added as the last. If what you claim is true. Shikamaru drawled out after a moment of silence, then you're more than just a wild card, you're an ace. Yeah, what the hell? Kiba couldn't help but say it out loud out of shock and slight envy. What's up with that? It's like you're a cage-level shinobi amongst us genin. It's a bit unfair, really. It's really cool though. Ino argued back as she regarded Naruto with awe in her eyes, can you show us? We really like to see your powers in action. I don't think that this is the best time to do that. Naruto said, declining her request, maybe later, when the old man asks us to do just that or when you guys are finished having your blood taken. Besides, Satsuki added, if you guys have powers like we do, then I'm sure that the Hokage will arrange something that would require us to show our powers with each other. Building our trust and such. I suppose that makes sense. Shikamaru said to himself and to others around him. Then he yawned and rubbed his head lazily, as if he were woken up in the morning after a hard day's night. Still, Hokage-sama investing himself in this seems rather suspicious to me. How so? Asked Kiba. It's clear that he is planning something from all of this. From us. A purpose that involves gathering people with unique abilities different to that of a shinobi to make something out of it. Shikamaru answered, I also assume that this purpose will have a long-term effect and a large scale of influence. Hokage-sama's plan would not be focused on this if he did not consider it as something important. Naruto raised his eyebrows at Shikamaru's statement, as did many others. But only he responded to his lengthy show of deduction, but what do you assume it to be? I do not know yet. He answered truthfully, too few details to make a proper assessment beyond what I can assume from general observation. Still, I trust him enough to not plan anything diabolical. In response, Naruto chuckled as he shook his head. He grinned at Shikamaru and said, you're really an interesting one. I'll take that as a compliment. Shikamaru shrugged and replied back without looking back at him. Naruto then looked at Shiho who was beside him, and found that she had her gaze fixed upon Shikamaru. Her focus was completely on the lazy-looking boy, and she seemed to be somewhat intrigued by him as well. The blonde boy looked at this with keen interest for a moment before he turned his gaze away. Now don't worry, this will only hurt a little bit. Yeah, could you make it faster, Doc? The sooner this is done, the better. Kiba said rather impatiently. Be more polite, pup, said his mother Sume Inuzuka, the matriarch of the Inuzuka clan, a fierce and renowned kunoichi on her own right. I know you're queasy with needles, but that doesn't mean that the doctor has to take some crap from you. Naruto saw Kiba backing down a little bit from his mother, as if ashamed. And Akamaru looked rather worried over Kiba being prodded at with the needle that was going to get some of his blood. Looking at the people around him, Naruto saw many of his friends along with their parents, with the former being placed in a chair while having their blood taken. Some of them having some problem about needles, like Kiba, but like the feral-looking boy, they reluctantly agreed to the notion after some persuasion from their respective parents. Among them all, the only ones whose blood was not taken was Satsuki and Naruto, who because of that, opted to observe the rest with their mothers standing on their sides. A lot of your classmates are here, Naruto. Taji remarked, attempting to start a conversation. By the way, why did you arrive late? Were you picking Shiho up? Yeah, I did. Naruto answered. The old man didn't put her on the list, so I decided to take the initiative and come to her house to pick her up along with her parents. But they arrived at the office before she and you did. How did it come to that? Well, I kind of forgot the fact that if I am supposed to be in class, then she should be in class as well. So when I got to her house, there's only her parents there. So I informed them and went over to the academy to pick her up. But why did it took you so long to come? This question was asked by Satsuki. What happened on the way here? Naruto sighed as he crossed his arms, as if contemplating about should he reveal what Shiho remembered, or not. What she had seen was too morbid to be described, and her reaction might be mirrored by Satsuki, her mother, and his if he were to tell them. But lying didn't seem to be a welcome alternative either, so he then said this in a quieter voice. There's a memory that came up in her mind. It made her panic and so I had to calm her down. Makoto then pitched in into the conversation. What did she remember, Naruto? She asked, knowing that it must have been bad if she panicked after seeing it. In her mind, she hoped that it was not something horrible, but in the end, she could only hope. He looked at Makoto. His eyes conveyed the notion that it was not something to be talked about in public, but in the end, he relented. She got the memory of Kyuubi attacking Konoha during our time period. To the four of them, the environment became tense, and as the rest of the people occupying the same room were still preoccupied, the simple sentence that Naruto just spoke caused them to feel unease. Like what almost happened that time if the Yondaime hadn't stopped it? Taji asked. Yeah, like that. Naruto said, his voice grim and his expression sullen. I'm hoping that it's nothing, but the way that she just blacked out before she received that memory was. I don't know. It's too foreboding to be ignored. The expression on his face was an expression Makoto had only seen once from the young blonde. When Naruto confronted her of the impending coup d'état to make sure that Satsuki would be safe, he sported that same face. The gaze of his blue eyes that seems to be able to pierce one's soul, the intensity of it that would make a lesser man back down. Makoto had the fortune of seeing that side of the young man twice now. It was not the face of a man who was worried. It was the face of a man driven by his concern over others, driven to protect them at all cost with all his might. It was as if she's staring at the strange but somehow fitting combination of Kushina Uzumaki's death glare and Minato Namikaze's stern gaze. Which should not surprise her, considering who his parents were. Calm, contemplative, calculating, yet warm, friendly, and determined. It was as if he was blessed with the good traits from his mother and father while minimizing their bad ones, such as his mother's staunch stubbornness and his father's tendency to be blunt when it was not recommended for him to be that way. Born from two people of great talent, Makoto knew that he would become an exceptional man. She just didn't know that it would be so soon, considering the powers that he's born with. Perhaps. Makoto said as a response to Naruto's statement from before, we should maintain our vigilance then. The girl's ability holds weight despite its strange nature. I agree. Naruto said before he went contemplative like with cupping his chin with his index and middle finger act, Seeing this, Satsuki asked of him, what are you thinking about now? Shiho's power bugs me. Naruto answered her question, her power is somewhat different compared to ours, you know. At least we can explain our powers in a biological sense, but hers just defy it completely. How could she had a memory of a Konoha being ruled by the Uchiha? That's. Naruto trailed off as his mind began to form patterns. Patterns to discern the true nature of Shiho's power, and it was quite something if what he assumed were true. Maybe. He muttered to himself. Maybe what? Taji asked her son, hearing what he said. I think I can explain what her power really is. Naruto explained with an expression that one would relate to someone who had just gotten an enlightenment. That is, if it really were what I think it is. As of now, it's just an unfounded theory. Mind telling us what it is? Satsuki asked. Naruto looked at Satsuki and smiled apologetically, maybe later. I need to sort this out a bit, see if it makes sense and can hold its ground well. Answered Naruto. The raven-haired girl nodded in understanding, all right. She said, letting the matter go and opted to wait until the examination was finished. So far, it's good. Naruto said about the theory. Later in the day, the numbers, which was not that many in the first place, dwindled until there were 8. Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with the help of many medical personnel that he had gathered, had found the genetic anomaly shared between those who were superhumans, that lied in their chromosomes. With this, he was able to determine who deserved a further briefing as to what this meant for their future. And so, here they were, Naruto, Satsuki, Kiba, Ino, Sakura, Tenten, Shikamaru, and Shiho. From 20 or so children, there were only 8 among them that possessed the X factor that exemplified their difference among other people. Now that we have determined who among you have this genetic anomaly, then let me be more detailed in my explanation. This caused some confusion amongst them, and Naruto asked the question that they were all asking, what do you mean, old man? I had gone through about what the genetic anomaly is and what that means to those who have it. Now, I will explain what it entails. Hiruzen said as his visage became quite stern, even though you are still considered prospective shinobis of Konoha, from now on, you will be considered as special individuals among us all. You do not hold a special rank that puts you above Chunin without a proper test, but you are nevertheless counted as exceptional individuals, one that equals Anbu in certain specialty if not experience. Hearing this, the reaction of the parents and the children differed somewhat. Most of the former were shocked, some were simply wondering of the implication. The latter, however, were more elated but slightly confused, if anything. The exception to the latter were Naruto and Shikamaru, who seemed to be waiting for Hiruzen to continue before making any judgment. Do not worry, this is not a special ops group. You will not be sent to combat situation like Junins or ANBUs as of yet due to your inexperience. Hiruzen stated, but you are a group nonetheless. A group that consists of people with diverse abilities and personalities. What you have makes you different to others, and for this reason, this group is created. It is not designed to isolate you from others, but it is designed for you to get close to one another of your kind and to train your ability. A community, a small one as of now, perhaps, but it fits. Naruto heard a small utterance of, I knew it. From Shikamaru. He looked at him and saw that one of the edges of his lips were upturned slightly, as if he were smiling. Due to your age, you are still required to finish the academy to become a shinobi. However, this option is optional, for you now. Hiruzen smiled as the most of the young ones were surprised by this statement, as it stands. If your ability is anything like these two before me, he said as he pointed his hand towards Naruto and Satsuki, then you won't need to learn any techniques outside of Taijutsu. Hiruzen then added, however, as for those of you who have jutsus that are given as required by your clan's tradition, then you may learn that, but by the boundaries of your clan, not of the village. And due to your unique physiology, there will be a period of time in which you will require medical examinations on a daily basis to check such symptoms. Now, are there any questions before we move on to the showcasing of each person's powers? Permission to ask, Hokage-sama. A man who Naruto assumed to be Shikamaru's father spoke almost instantly after Hiruzen asked the question. Permission granted, Shikaku. The Hokage said. Must we expect this to be kept a secret? Shikaku asked, prompting the other adults to be confused once again, if other villages knew of this group's existence. It might endanger their lives. This information will only be kept by those of you who are here. Hiruzen answered, as to those whose children do not possess the anomaly in their genes. Their capability to keep this a secret has been assured. Ominous. Very ominous. There was nothing less than ominous to Naruto for him to describe what Hiruzen just said. I see. Shikaku said with a tiny nod, acknowledging what Hiruzen stated and also, what he's implying. That is all, Hokage-sama. Very well. Anyone else? This time, it was Sume Inuzuka's turn to ask, however, she did it in a more direct, and perhaps, a little rude, since she didn't ask for permission, should we be worried for any side effects that these powers has to our children? She didn't use the prefix, super, as she was not yet used to it. As far as my knowledge goes, there aren't any known side effects in having these powers. Adverse or otherwise. Hiruzen answered. However, like I said before, there will be some medical examinations at, say, once a week. If there are any side effects that comes up after this, we will know then. Sume nodded, accepting the answer, though somewhat unsatisfied. Now, is there anyone else? Hiruzen asked the group once again. This time, it yielded no result. If not, then let us go to the 0th training ground. 0th training ground? Asked Ino's father, who looked at Shikaku, who shared his incredulous look on his face. Ah yes, it's the training ground that I have designated for their use. I'll explain to you of its inception on the way, follow me. Arriving at the expansive 0th training ground for the first time was something that most adults there, for the exception of Hiruzen, found quite surprising. For one, they never knew of its existence despite its unique history and its massive size. For two, the fact that it was going to be used as a training ground that was specially reserved for their children was a bit too much to handle at that exact moment. But one Shikaku Nara got past the surprise quickly as he saw someone occupying the training ground before the moment of their arrival. An Anbu, with the mask of a cat as the indication of her designated name. Hokage-sama. The cat-masked lady with purple-tinted hair knelt with her right knee and fist planted on the ground as Hiruzen arrived with the others. At ease. Hiruzen ordered, prompting the Anbu to stand on guard. Neko, these are the ones that shares the same genetic uniqueness as you, Naruto, and Satsuki. Hiruzen said. The children, I suppose. Neko asked. Her rather deep voice seemed to echo through the chamber, the one that accompanies Kanzaki Naruto and Uchiha Satsuki. Correct. Hiruzen said with a nod. As I have told you before, they will be here to show their ability, as Naruto and Satsuki already did. I see. Said Neiko rather simply. Hiruzen then turned to the others and said, this here, is Neiko. She is also one of the superhumans. Due to her age and experience as a shinobi, an Anbu, in fact, she will be considered as the group's supervisor, similar to how a Junin is placed in a team of 3 genins. The Anbu then removed her mask, allowing them to see the blindfold that she had been putting beneath the porcelain object that had obscured her face to their sights. The blindfold causes many eyebrows to raise, mainly due to the fact that it conveyed the impression that she was blind. My designated name is Neiko, and you may call me as such. Said the purple-haired woman, turning her head towards the children without any need of help to know their location. Out of 8 of you, I have only seen the abilities of 2, Naruto. Here, she pointed directly to Naruto, and Satsuki. She pointed at the said girl, the rest of you will be required to show your power. Some of you might have realized and used it, consciously or otherwise, some of you might not. We will see who's who. She then pointed towards Kiba. Let's start with you, the one with the dog on your head. State your name. Kiba Inuzuka. The boy said, a bit bewildered at her ability to discern his location and that he had Akamaru, despite the fact that he and Akamaru didn't make any noise from the moment he came in and that she was blindfolded. Kiba Inuzuka, have you ever had strange occurrences in which your body gives you strange, seemingly unnatural symptoms that you have never had before? Asked Neiko. Well, I always had a hard time in getting a dog partner until now. Mom said it's because I have this weird scent coming off of me, does that count? Perhaps. Neiko conceded, but this does mean that you do not know what your ability actually is. Therefore, we need to bring it out into the open. Naruto Kanzaki, I need you in enacting this method, with me you too. Hiruzen watched with pride as Neiko easily got into the teaching mode, so naturally that she took the attention of the whole room. She brought the young Inuzuka and Naruto towards the center of the room, placed them against each other and took the place between them. You're expecting me to fight him, aren't you? Naruto asked Neiko. Correct. Neiko answered, prompting Kiba to look surprised. Inuzuka Kiba, please order your dog partner to stay out of range. Despite the fact that Kiba could not see her eyes, she was intimidating enough for him to not dare to mouth off. She's scary, he thought before he said to Akamaru, okay boy, you heard the lady, I need to do this alone. The small dog whimpered before he followed that order and moved back a few yards away. He's a good dog, Kiba. Naruto remarked, kind of reminds me of Aomaru. He's Aomaru's cousin actually. Kiba said, except for the eyes, they don't look that different don't they? He rhetorically asked with a sad smile. Naruto procured a small smile and nodded, no, they do not. The sound of Neiko clearing her throat after a moment of silence brought them back to reality. Now, I shall explain what we are going to do. We are going to activate your fight or flight instinct. You know of this of course, Inuzuka Kiba. Why yeah, of course I know fight or flight instinct. Good. Then you must know what I will order Naruto to do then, correct? Asked Neiko. After a moment of thinking, Kiba finally realized what she's implying, you're going to have Naruto fight me to activate my fight or flight instinct. He answered, so that in turn, I will react and bring out my ability. Correct. Answered Neiko before she turned to Naruto, creeping Kiba out again by how accurate she was being in guessing each and every one's location despite the fact that they made no sound that would indicate where they were. Naruto, do not go all out in this, but to try to make as if it were a real combat situation. In other words, make Kiba think that he's going to die by my hands. Naruto compressed it into a simple sentence. That about sums it up. Neiko said with a nod before she leapt a few feet backwards, on my mark. All right then. Kiba said rather excitedly, let's see if what you said before is true or not, Naruto. How fast can you get? He asked as he got into a combat stance. Naruto merely smiled as he remained in a relaxed posture, quite fast, I assure you. The others at the sidelines were watching at this exchange with variable degrees of interest. Kiba's mother, Sum, was very curious as to what her son actually had. She knew from the moment she gave birth to him that he was strange. He gave off a scent that did not seem familiar to her knowledge. He did not smell like an Inuzuka, that's for certain, whatever it was, it made him so alien. But with her eyes, she could not deny that he was indeed her son. And she resolved to not treat him any differently. However, the dogs that they kept besides Kuromaru decided otherwise due to how they judged people by their scent. And as such, Kiba had a hard time in finding the right dog partner until Akamaru came along. Maybe his strange scent was caused by this power of his. Sume thought, thinking that it made sense now, but if that were the case, then what would that be? And Naruto's scent was something else as well. His scent gave the impression of a strong alpha male, if she were allowed to be blunt in her analogy. What powers could he have, she wondered. Neko then lifted her right arm up, and said, "Ready." The two combatants were set, one was already in a stance, while the other was as relaxed as he could be, as if not afraid of anything. Begin. In the span of a second, Kiba found Naruto's fist heading towards him in terminal velocity. He ducked, avoiding the blow that he's sure would have broke his skull if it were to connect, and the aftereffect of that swing was felt by the others within the room. It was as if he had created a slight gust of wind, one that had enough force to be felt by the skin of the spectators around them. Feeling the sheer power of a punch from quite far away was impressive in itself, but to be able to almost see the ripples in the air stunned them in awe. Kiba then took a few steps backwards, realizing that Naruto was as strong as he claimed to be. Continue on. Neko ordered to Naruto in particular. Naruto then turned to Kiba, and with a sigh, he asked him, "Are you ready, Kiba?" Kiba took a deep breath to recompose himself, and this time, he said, "As I'll ever be, I guess." His tone of voice wavered somewhat. Then Naruto charged again, as fast as before. And as before, Kiba dodged it again. But the blonde didn't relent one bit. He kept on sending punches after punches towards the feral-looking boy, each of them as fast if not faster than the one before. Kiba, to his credit, managed to dodge every single one of them almost perfectly. His ability to react to extreme speed movements was something that he himself never noticed before. Despite Naruto's continuous barrage of attacks, none of them managed to hit. However, despite of that, the ones standing on the sidelines were nevertheless impressed at Naruto's immense strength and speed. And they also noticed that while Kiba began to sweat after nearly a minute of avoiding his attacks, Naruto did not look winded at all. In fact, he was not even sweating. His eyes remained focused, as he kept on sending one attack after another. Sume was surprised by how her son managed to keep up with Naruto. "I can barely see the kid's punches. But the pup's not even focused on his hands, he just avoids them." Kiba, however, still thought that he could see the punches, and that was the sole reason why he could still dodge them all. But as Naruto sent a cross punch that would reach his stomach, this perspective was changed when he found his body moved by itself and landed his right fist in Naruto's abdomen. The two remained still when Kiba's fist connected with Naruto's stomach. After exactly 4 seconds, Kiba took a leap back and shook his hand as if it were stung. "Ahahao!" Kiba yelled out as he shook his hand frantically as if it were on fire. "Gods, that hurt!" Naruto, on the other hand, only felt a slight tickle when Kiba punched his abdomen with all that he got. But nevertheless, the feral boy was hurt because of him, so he raised his right hand and said, "Sorry about that." Though the pain on his knuckles began to recede pretty quickly, Kiba had to admit that he did not exaggerate his durability. It was as if he had punched a 10-inch thick wall made of a highly dense metal alloy. "Yeah, apology not accepted, pal," he muttered out. "Hey, to be fair, you're the one who punched me," Naruto reminded him. Remembering what happened, Kiba had to re-evaluate his view of what was going on. And he came to the conclusion that while it was true that his eyes could see them, it was his instinct that allowed him to dodge through all of that. He unconsciously chose flight. But when he was pushed long enough, his instinct changed its strategy and chose fight, earning him the bruised knuckles on his right hand. "So, I have an innate instinct that would be useful for combat. Cool," he thought, making him grin. "Alright, I guess I deserve that." "So, you still want to do this?" said Naruto with a smile, as if he noticed that what Kiba just did was related to his power. After a moment, the pain was completely gone, and it prompted the feral boy to say, "Yeah. I still do." This time, it was Kiba who charged. Though he was not as fast as Naruto was, those whose ranks were either at or above Junin noticed that he was much faster than even the most experienced of Chunin. Kiba, driven by his instinct to fight, aimed a punch straight at Naruto's head. The blonde dodged with faster reaction speed and performed a kick to the side of his torso. Using the momentum of his punch, Kiba weaved his way out of the trajectory of the blonde's kick, grabbed his shoulders, and with all his might, he used the momentum to throw Naruto overhead. The blonde was thrown several yards away, but he used his feet to come to a halt. He looked at Kiba with an expression that conveyed how impressed he was with his friend. "Hey, I might not be able to hurt you with direct attacks, but I can manage my way around that," Kiba said, his confidence rising. "I'm not that hurt though," Naruto replied back, his smile never faltered. "My durability is not to be underestimated." Sume then saw her son's eyes. Instead of the usual brown ones with slitted pupils, the color of his eyes changed to red. Then, she, along with almost everyone else, saw some sharp bones sprouting out from his knuckles as he clenched his fist, destroying some of his skin in the process. "Then let's go again, Naruto." "No." Neko's sharp command stopped Kiba from continuing. He turned to her, and saw that she had opened her blindfold, but her eyes were now closed, indicating that she had opened it momentarily to be able to deduce what Kiba's superpower was. "You have shown me your ability, Kiba Inuzuka. As I have assumed before, it has something to do with the animalistic nature of your clan," said Neko. "You have deduced that your sight was not the only reason you managed to avoid his attacks. It was because of your instinct as well. An advanced instinctual nature to avoid and/or face danger. Was I correct?" Yeah, answered Kiba. "It's like I have this sense that senses incoming danger. Where they're coming from and at what speed and such. And it was the reason why I could avoid his punches. And have you looked at yourself? Try it, see what has changed." Kiba did so. He looked down on his arms and saw that there were some furs that began to sprout out. On the back of his hands, there were several bones jutted out from his knuckles, grossing him slightly, more so when the jutted bones began to retreat back inside. The brown-haired boy could only gape at what his body just did. As the skin on his knuckles were closed, he said, what is that?" "Sume-san," Neko said, turning her head to the Inuzuka matriarch with her eyes closed still. "Am I right to deduce that the reason your son was not able to get a dog partner until now was because his scent is something that you and other dogs find foreign?" Sume's eye twitched. The Anbu was far more intelligent than she knew. She was hoping to keep this a secret for a bit longer, but considering that it's already out in the open. "Yes." She answered it rather simply. "Then if I have to take a guess, your power is related to an animal. One that's different from dogs." Naruto jumped into the conversation, but related to it. "Your power is still a mystery, but at least we could rule it down to ability to emulate canine physiology, and instinctual battle precognition." Neko summed it up. "Thank you Inuzuka Kiba. You are allowed to return to the others. Naruto, you stay still, we might need to do the same thing with the other boy." Kiba didn't know whether he should feel relieved or annoyed at the fact that his spar with Naruto was stopped prematurely. But after considering that the purpose of the spar was not to see who would win, he accepted it. He extended his hand to Naruto in a gesture of good sport, and was reciprocated kindly by him. With that, he went to the others. "Very well then, we shall continue on. You, the girl on the left side of the one with the long hair, come on over here." Sakura Haruno hesitated for a moment before she was nudged by her friend Ino, who said, "Don't worry Sakura, it'll be fine," to assure her. Slightly assured by the gesture, Sakura nodded and went to Neko. "State your name." "Haruno Sakura." "The same question that I asked of Kiba, have you ever had occurrences regarding your body producing strange symptoms?" Neko asked. She looked at her parents for a moment with an expression on her face that conveyed her reluctance. But afterwards, she turned to her and said, "Yes. I have." Kazashi and Mebuki Haruno looked at their daughter with surprise evident on their expressions. Even after they were given the proof that Sakura, their little daughter, was a superhuman, they were still having a hard time wrapping their heads around that little fact. "Have you ever noticed it, dear?" Asked Mebuki to her husband in a slight whisper. Nope, never did. She must have hidden it well. Kazashi said to his wife, still, I'm somewhat curious as to what our daughter has. That Kanzaki boy is amazing, I wonder what she could have. I'm so excited. Ever the jovial man that he was, Mebuki could only shake her head at her husband's glee as they wait for Sakura to show them. Tell me what you have then please. Neko asked of Sakura. It's better to show, right? So I'll do just that. The pink-haired girl said as she turned to Naruto, and I need your help on this one. Would you mind? Naruto nodded, sure, what should I do? She took a deep breath before she asked him, would you mind if I punch you? Just in the stomach, not in the head. Naruto blinked twice as he's digesting that question. Then, he smiled, enhanced strength. Really? He asked, pleasantly surprised by what she's implying. Sakura chuckled before she said, yeah, something like that. Can I? Of course. Naruto said as he stood a few feet away on the opposite side of her position. Very well then I see that you are ready. Let me get on position. Said the Anbu as she moved several feet away, on my mark. Sakura then put herself into a stance. Her right fist cocked back, her left one was put forward, her right foot was on the back and her left one was placed in the front. She smiled in excitement and said, ready. Go ahead. Naruto said confidently as he clenched his abdominal muscles. Begin. Though Sakura's charge was not as fast as Naruto's, it almost reached his speed. The moment she applied force on her right feet, she flew towards Naruto with her right fist still cocked back. She yelled as she got closer and closer to Naruto. Yah! And when her fist connected with his abdomen, the air rippled in response to the powerful punch. Naruto found himself skidding backwards until he stopped at nearly 12 feet away from where he was. His eyes were opened wide, and after a second, he smiled widely at the achievement that Sakura just did. Sakura, on her part, felt no pain on her knuckles after she just punched Naruto. Which spoke a lot about how strong she was. That was amazing. That exclamation was made not just by Naruto, but by Kazashi as well. While both of them were not the only ones who were impressed by her power, they were the one who said it as it was. Enhanced strength, wow. So you are just like me then. Naruto asked as he walked closer towards the pink-haired girl, are you able to fly too? That, I cannot do, I'm only able to withstand a large amount of force and exert as many, if not more. Sakura said, her smile never left her face, but thanks to that, I can jump pretty high. She stated rather confidently. Show us then, said Neko, who seemed to be smiling in genuine amusement. Sakura nodded rather meekly before she squatted down to prepare for her jump. When she did so, the height of her jump could surpass a standard 3-story building, awing the spectators at what she could do. While Naruto was not as impressed as the others, he was nevertheless quite astonished at the fact that there was another one who had a tank-like superpowers like himself. Hey, could you show us your power to fly? Sakura asked, her eyes seemed to sparkle in eagerness, please. Naruto shrugged before he pushed himself upwards slightly and controlled the slow flight upwards so as to give it a more dramatic flair. He stopped when he was 30 feet above the ground, looking down on Sakura. Wow, was the only thing that she could mutter as she, along with others who were present, looked at him in awe. Very well, Haruno Sakura, you may go to the others. Naruto, come down from there please. Sakura carried out Neko's order after a moment of hesitation, in which she said, wah. Oh, alright. And Naruto followed his as he landed on the ground. The next that she called was Ino. The young girl from the Yamanaka clan stepped with a little bit more confidence than Sakura or Kiba had shown, but to a keen pair of eyes, they would be able to see the tiny bit of hesitance apparent in her body language. As per usual, Neko asked about strange symptoms, and she answered. Yes, I have. And like Sakura, I also know what it is and how to use it. Show us then. Ino nodded and she closed her eyes to concentrate and manifest her power. And what came out was nothing. At least, that was until everyone in the vicinity heard a voice coming from inside their own heads that were not theirs to begin with. Hey guys. It greeted them, you can hear my voice, can't you? Well, This is my superpower. At least a part of it. All eyes landed upon Ino, who was still able to move her body to face them with her eyes opened, indicating that she did not perform a Shintention no Jutsu and that she was not possessing them in any way. Ah. Telepathy. Hiruzen remarked, remembering what he and Naruto had discussed before. I guess you could call it that, Hokage-sama. Ino remarked before turning to her parents, so. This is my power, Dad, Mom. Not too different compared to our family's jutsu, right? She asked rhetorically with the mental link that she had established. Inoichi and his wife was somewhat dumbfounded at her power. The telepathy was essentially an extension of the Shintention no Jutsu, except it was far more practical, considering how she was still mobile and capable of being connected to more than just one mind. This is the safest and friendliest feat that I could do with my power. There are other stuff too, but. Well, you guys can imagine the limits, right? She asked as her expression turned into a sheepish one. Her father was one who immediately caught on. The extent of what his daughter could do was nigh limitless in terms of manipulating the human brain. Inoichi attempted to confirm his suspicion by thinking, is this a two-way communication, Ino? His daughter nodded, yeah. But it is that way only if I want it to be. Otherwise, it's just a one-way surveillance technique. Truly, his daughter was something else. But this got him and his friend Shikaku thinking. It was safe to assume that if the superhumans were from some clan that had a distinctive jutsu of their own, then what they had would be the logical extension of what the clan already had as a whole. Kiba Inuzuka was able to mimic a canine physiology while adding some of his own, while Ino was capable of extending the reaches of her mind into others without being limited to one person only. Shikaku looked at his own son, who seemed to have drawn the same conclusion as his father did. If not that, then perhaps, he already knew his own superpower like Ino and Sakura. Very fascinating, Yamanaka Ino. Neko said, thank you. You may return to your previous position. Then came Tenten's turn. The girl with the braided hair was asked the same question, and her answer was, I think so. There are some things that when I look back, seems kind of weird. I don't know what my power is exactly, but I can try to emulate the feeling that I had when these symptoms came up. Neko nodded, very well, do you need an assistance? Yeah, I think I need a kunai for this. Neko's response was to hand her a kunai, throwing it right to her hands without any need for the brown-haired girl to try too much to catch it by herself. The girl huffed before she closed her eyes, muttering things under her breath all the way and held a tight grasp at her kunai. Okay. Think Tenten, think back when you threw that kunai out of anger to the nearby forest. How there's suddenly a strange thudding noise coming from afar. Tenten then opened her eyes, and Naruto saw the kunai that she held was glowing faintly. She then threw the kunai to the nearby wall, and when it hit, the kunai produced explosive result as it shattered bombastically into dust and created a pattern of soot and dust on the wall that indicated an explosion that occurred. After a moment of silence, Tenten smiled sheepishly as she turned to Neko, sorry. I forgot that there's a chance. A big chance. That I won't be able to return the kunai. I'm really sorry. Sensing her honesty, Neko showed that she did not mind, do not worry. I do not have any sentimental attachment to the kunai, it was a mere tool. She said to the young girl, however, that was very interesting. Naruto, what did you see out of that? Her power is somewhat similar to Satsuki. Naruto answered, except, and I'm merely assuming here, that she could only channel her energy to an object and then throw it to utilize the effect that she planted within that object. Correct. Neko said, energy conversion and transference. Very fascinating. It seems that you are able to produce results just by memorizing how it feels to act as a stimulus. It was not that hard for you to do, was it? She asked of her. Somewhat, yeah, Tenten admitted. Good. Then you may return. With Tenten showing her power, it was now Shikamaru's turn to show what he had. Before Neko even asked the question, Shikamaru already beat her to the punch as he said, I know what my power is. Experienced it for the first time when I was 7, polished it a little bit ever since then and I never told my parents about it either. Neko, who seemed to not care that Shikamaru answered without being asked first, nodded, very well then, show us. Shikaku and Yoshino held their breath. Though both of them had noticed how Shikamaru often secluded himself from them and many others and not tell any of them where he was going and what he's doing, they never thought of him doing more than lazying around, much to his father's lamentation and his mother's irritation. He would even forego some classes for the sake of what he described as essential personal time, which Yoshino had immediately assumed to be sleeping around as if it were nobody's business and for Shikaku to assume as it was, which was something that Shikamaru felt that he needed to have. Thinking about those absences now, after hearing about superhumans from the Hokage however, they began to wonder if those days meant training to properly control his superpowers. Their answer came in the form of Shikamaru activating his power. It started with his shadow, that seemed to darken even when the intensity of the light was not that prevalent. Then his right arm was slowly enveloped by tendrils of darkness that manifested from his skin, as if it were a living shadow. The living shadow converged on his right knuckles and then it turned into a sword with his hand acting as its hilt. The makeshift sword did not reflect the light from the room, creating the impression that it was a matter that absorbed light and gave it its black color. He turned to Naruto and asked him, "Would you like to try and test your durability against my power, Naruto?" The blonde young man nodded as he walked closer to Shikamaru, "Sure. It looks like some sort of energy field. Fundamentally similar but different compared to Satsuki. This absorbs light instead of generates it. The material that make this is far more durable compared to steel however." Shikamaru added, "With this, I'm capable of cutting almost anything." "Then prove it." Naruto challenged him as he opened his shirt to not let it tear. Unbeknownst to him, this caused some varied reaction ranging from glee to flusters to some of the girls of his age after seeing how he looked like beneath the clothes. When Naruto was close enough, Shikamaru swiftly slashed his chest in one quick motion. A gash was formed on Naruto's chest. This surprised him, as Shikamaru managed to cultivate his power until it became potent enough to wound him. But before any blood could flow out, it closed in very little time. Impressive. Naruto had to say so. "What else can you do with this shadow, Shikamaru Nara?" asked Neko. "Blend in the darkness." Shikamaru answered as he let the shadows envelop him until he became nothing more than a black humanoid form in the eyes of the spectators. And if the space was sufficient and not too spacious, become the darkness. He added without any semblance of emotion in his tone. "Creepy." Tenten muttered. "Yeah, no kidding." Kiba felt the need to agree with the braided girl. "Very well, Shikamaru Nara, turn it off please." As per her order, Shikamaru called off the living shadows, as it were, "You may return." "And Naruto, please wear your shirt back." "Right." Naruto said as he went and did what he was told. "The last one is you. What is your name?" asked the purple-haired woman to the bespectacled blonde-haired girl. "Shiho. Shiho Shimamori." "Please answer the same question that I have been asking before." Neko stated. "Ah. Yeah, I have." Shiho began rather sheepishly, "But it's not something that I can show, exactly. I know what it is, but I don't know how it works, and it just sprouts out randomly sometimes." At this, Neko seemed rather curious and confused. The description of her power suggested a chaotic, unpredictable nature that even she herself could not control. "Neko-san," Naruto said as he took her hand to lead her slightly far away from the group while using his hand to make Shiho come with them. After he deemed it far enough, he leaned his head closer to hers to whisper something. After a moment, Naruto leaned back and Neko's expression was one of contemplation and slight confusion, as if she wasn't sure that she correctly heard what Naruto just said to her. Seeing her disbelieving expression, he turned to Shiho and beckoned her to come closer. She whispered to him, What do you think I should do to show her?" "Well, have you ever had strange memories about Neko-san?" he asked her, "something that might clue her in about the essence of your power." Shiho took a look at Neko and mulled over about whether or not she ever had seen Neko before, in her memories. After a moment, she got into a certain memory, then she said to Neko, "Neko-san. Your real name is Azuki Yugo, isn't it? You were involved with a Junin named Gecko Hayate, but you two broke up because of your power's manifestation." If she were not closing her eyes to prevent information overload, her eyes would have been wide open. How do you know all of that?" She asked, her tone somewhat stern. How did this girl knew about her real name and the intimate information about her when she had never met her before until today? Ah. Shiho fidgeted slightly at her tone, but she continued, I've seen you before. Talked a lot with you too. Not in here though, but in my memory. Now, Neko began to digest the information given by Naruto from before. After a while, she turned to him and said, alternate reality, you say? Yes. Naruto said as he nodded, at least that's my theory of what Shiho's power actually is. She could see into possible realities created from the moment one decision was made in here and enabling the other possibilities in another reality. It's also possible that she could also see a reality that parallels our own. But, how does it work? How could it be able to work? Yugo asked, thoroughly confused, considering that, outside of Shikamaru's power that seemed to be slightly out of place, Shiho's seemingly came out of nowhere. Biologically speaking, it could be said that their power came from the alteration of their chakra, granting them abilities never before seen due to the difference in how it manifested itself compared to Shinobi's. But Shiho. Her power did not make that much sense. I don't know. Naruto answered, but it just does. Neko sighed as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. She had thought that after knowing her own power, she would be able to get used to anything, but this was something else. Then the Hokage came closer to them, due to them having their conversation in low volume and at such distance, the Hokage did not hear any word they said. Neko, Naruto. Is there anything that we should know? Naruto turned to Shiho before he turned to the Hokage and said, yeah. As a matter of fact, there is. But only to you. Hiruzen was, like Neko, at a loss for words. They failed him for the moment after he heard what the Shimamori girl's power was. He could only sigh, opting to accept the fact that there was an unpredictable wild card in the midst, one that knew of the Uchiha coup d'état because she simply remembered the time when it succeeded. Which, by all means, did not happen here, in this reality. She will be hounded on by Danzo if he knew what her ability is. He thought to himself, might even devise a method to force her to use it extensively too, he added. He decided that he would have a little talk with her parents. She needed to be guarded. Not sheltered and caged, guarded. And he would need to discuss this with her parents, get their permission and all that. So he said to Neko, I'll deal with it afterwards. For now, let's finish this little showcase, shall we? Yugo nodded and said to Shiho, you may return. Along with you as well, Naruto. And with that, Shiho returned to the side of those that were like her. They, with the exception of Satsuki and Naruto, were somewhat confused as to what the girl's ability was, considering that it was discussed in secrecy. Very well. That concludes this first meeting between us. The Hokage said, Daisuke Shimamori-san, Yoko Shimamori-san, I would need a discussion with both of you along with your daughter after this. He then turned to the others, as I have told you before, we will perform some medical examinations once a week, to see the side effects, if there were any that we do not yet know. And as I have told you before, you are a group not unlike a team that a prospective shinobi and kunoichi would have when they graduated from the academy and became a genin, so there will be a set schedule during which you will be expected to follow Neko's training sessions. I've seen that you have some degree of control over what you can do. Neko added, but most of you need to practice it more. For both augmenting your power and mastering your grasp on your power. Especially you, Naruto. Gotten confused by this, he said to her. Not to be pompous here, but I don't have any problems controlling my power. It's not about the problem of control with you. Neko said, it's the problem of utilizing it. Use it only when it's appropriate. And considering the scale of your power, the secrecy needs to be maintained, at least for now. Though he could see her point, he was still somewhat annoyed after what she said before. He sighed as he crossed his arms, all right. And with this, I welcome you all to the team. Said Hiruzen to the gathered superhumans, the firsts of many. In time, your number will grow for certain. Kiba Inuzuka had always considered himself the weakest link of any group that he's a part of. In his clan, he was considered by everyone outside of his direct family as an aberrant. His scent was different, and that alone secured the Nin dog's distrust of him, effectively preventing him from getting a dog partner until very recently. But he supposed that it was a little bit disheartening to know that once again, he was still one of the weakest link on the group that he had gotten himself into. Well, besides Shiho, but even then, she's quite smart. Really smart even, considering that she's the one who happened to have some kind project that she had proposed to and permitted by the Hokage. Something about giving the group a proper, distinctive uniform that would differentiate them. As if they needed the attention. Despite being one of the weakest link in the group however, Kiba could take pride in the fact that he's considered special among other people. It had been a month ever since that first shaky meeting between them. 1 month that was spent in socializing and knowing each other along with following Neko's orders, or the one whom they now called Yugo Azuki. The training regime that she had given them hadn't been that grueling surprisingly, despite what her cold exterior might suggest about the usual method of training that she would inflict upon her trainees. However, knowing the ages of the people that she's responsible for, it made sense that her trainings would not be similar to that of an Anbu in terms of physical and mental exertions. So they spent it more on socializing. Hey Kiba. He heard the sound of Tenten approaching him as he's practicing using his bone knuckles on a tree located on the forest outside the walls of the village. The boy chastised himself slightly for not noticing her scent before due to him being too focused on one thing instead of multiple ones. Always mind your surroundings, was what Yugo would always say. No matter the situation, you must never let go of your environmental comprehension. Still, considering that she's a friend, his initial annoyance faded almost instantly. Hey, what brings you here? He asked. Of all the people among the superhumans, he was close to only 2 people, Naruto, and Tenten. He supposed it was because she was not close to anyone else on the team due to her being 1 year ahead academy-wise, and he was her first choice. Her reason still escaped him. After all, Naruto shone far more brightly compared to him. It was a bit of a surprise that she befriended him first. Thinking of his blonde friend, Kiba couldn't help but to feel a little envious. His power, extraordinary in its nature just like everyone else's, was the very thing that made him the de facto leader of this little team. Even Yugo, Neko, Azuki recognized the scale of his power. When he showed them the strength, the speed, the ability to defy gravity and his senses that surpassed even the Inuzuka's, they all knew, instinctively, that he was the alpha of the team. Yet his mannerisms were not that of an alpha. Kiba knew how alpha usually acted. Usually, they would assert their dominance, act arrogant, essentially, be a bastard. An arrogant bastard who genuinely cared for those around him but would not take kindly to those who were more showy than them. Naruto had no such traits. Despite the fact that he knew of his power and what he could do if he just wanted to out of the blue. He simply didn't let that get over his head. It was a very admirable thing for Kiba. To have that much power and that much control and that much humility with what he had was something that did not meet the standard of how an alpha male was like with his pack. True, he might be a bit biased, considering that he only learned about alphas from the lessons taught by his mother and sister based on how wild wolves and their dogs operate on a daily basis, but his point remained still. A normal, morally weak man with powers like his would try and do selfish things. But he never did so. He never used his strength to bully anyone, nor to use it as a means to give himself a satisfaction of being above others simply because he can. Kiba envied his control over his power and himself. Certainly, he was a figure to aspire to. If he, with all his power, did his best to not abuse it, then what would that make those with lower class power like his if they didn't follow his example? Even if Neko appeared to be the leader if one were viewing it from the surface, Kiba and the others knew who to depend on. I'm here to tell you that we're going to have our usual lunch at the usual place a few hours from now. Tenten said, you'll come right? Kiba nodded, of course. He answered, what else? Well, since I've finished my training earlier, I figured I'd come and help you train. She said. Looking at her attire, Kiba saw that she's using her usual ones, which consists of a slightly tight tank top, a pair of training pants and a pair of sandals. Not because of her desire to train with him, but because of her proclivity to train itself. The girl was quite a fighter, he had to admit. The adamance that she possessed was one that the Inuzuka usually prided in, and yet she had the quality that would have qualified her to be a part of the animalistic clan despite not being one herself. Really? Well then, where's your weapons? You sure you can fight me barehanded? Kiba asked, teasing her slightly due to her ability that only allowed her to transfer her energy to objects and give them some destructive properties without able to use it on her own two hands and feet. In response, she brought out the kunai that she had kept on her pockets with blinding speed before she tapped her left foot and sent out a small explosion of kinetic in nature that destroyed the ground slightly forced her body to fly towards Kiba. A mere nanosecond before the explosion happened, Kiba's innate danger instinct kicked in and he dodged out of the way, making her stab her kunai into a tree instead of him. Seeing the kunai deeply embedded into the body of the tree thanks to her power, Kiba said, "You could have killed me, you know." He asked without any rancor in his voice. "No, you wouldn't be." Tenten said with a smile, "We've been a sparring partner for quite a while now, I think you and I both know our limits. You can, and would avoid that simple strike, it's your power after all." She assured him as she pulled out the kunai. The boy shook his head in amusement, he acknowledged her point, after all, it was true. She could take an informed guess about his limit and what he could avoid and what he could not, and so she tried to push his limit. However, it was not a one-way street either. Kiba clenched his fists, letting his bone knuckles jut out as he charged towards Tenten. In response, she brought out another kunai and grasped it with her left hand and blocked the punch from his right hand with the kunai on her right hand as well. Not letting her other hand be left idle, she targeted the kunai to his torso. He responded kindly by removing his fist from the kunai that blocked it, used his right arm to block the oncoming attack, and targeted her head for an attack with his left hand. She ducked to evade his blow, using her right hand as a fulcrum. She twirled her body to procure a momentum that would produce enough force to make Kiba fall by attacking his legs with hers. Kiba, too carried away by the momentum of his punch that failed to land on its target, noticed the feeling of impending danger, but his body was too preoccupied to make a proper reaction that would have allowed him to avoid it. So Tenten managed to land an attack, and Kiba fell on his back as she kicked his legs so hard that he didn't manage to maintain his footing. She immediately leapt towards his lying form, sat over his body, pushed his chest with her left hand and point her kunai at his face while she smiled and said, "So how many was it this time?" 10-7 in your favor. Kiba answered rather reluctantly. Out of 17 spars, ones made out of the flyer planned, she almost always defeated him despite his slightly superior strength. Mostly when it was he who initiated it. He recognized the pattern. But then again, he found sparring with her as one of the funnest activities that he could do. Tenten got off of him, her smile still on her face, and said, "So, do you want some more?" Kiba stood up and said to her, "Sure, but let's don't make it a competition this time. How about a light spar? No wins no loses, no taking advantage of any exploitable hole in my or your defense, instead, we point it out by nearly hitting the target. No scores either." Tenten asked with a rather hopeful tone of voice. "Nope. Just some good-natured fight, how about it?" After a moment spent with her mulling over on what she should say, she finally answered it with the answer that Kiba expected from her, "Sure, why not?" All right then. These kinds of spars had become something that the group would usually done with their respective pairs selected by Yugo Azuki. Kiba was assigned to be Tenten's partner, Naruto with Satsuki, Ino with Shiho, and Shikamaru with Sakura. Each of them had their own style of sparring, but they all agreed that with Naruto and Satsuki coming close in second, Kiba and Tenten was the most ferocious fighting partners whenever they sparred. Even when it was not a spar in which winning or losing were counted, they always fought each other with the same tenacity that one would display when fighting an enemy. Their powers, though different in how it's applied, helped tremendously, due to how she augmented her weapon's durability and offensive capability while he, as what he and the others found out during a recent physical examination, possessed a denser bone structure and muscle tissue compared to normal humans. Though it was not at the same level of Naruto or Sakura's, whom he would agree to be two of the strongest fighters of their group, it was still something that exceeded the limit of a normal human such as his mother and sisters and some of his fellow superhumans. It made Tenten more vigorous knowing so. Because she knew that if she were to spar with Sakura or Naruto, she would be too out of her league to actually gain something by them letting her win. But with Kiba, he was just above her in terms of physical capability that any success would not feel handed to her on a silver platter and failures would feel as an incentive instead of a depressing reminder of her level of power. She wanted to be one of the very best. As a kunoichi or as a superhuman, and among the superhumans with whom she had the fortune to call her friends, she was recognized as one of the best fighters among them. That alone was enough for the moment. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Tenten said in the middle of the spar, stopping the flow of the battle when her arm was blocking his kick. About what? Kiba asked. Naruto, Ino and Shiho will be a little late, if not coming to the usual place today, they have a mission given by Hokage-sama. Tenten answered before they continued the fight once more. What? Where are they going? Kiba asked, surprised by what she had told him. They're going to the Eastern Sea, somewhere near Kurigakure. Something about retrieving an item from under the ocean. She answered as she narrowly avoided Kiba's kick. Quote. Right. That's why they're bringing Naruto along, isn't it? Kiba said, realizing the reason why Naruto was included despite the fact that if he were found out by other people outside from Konoha, it would be quite bad. Yep. The size of that item must be huge. Tenten remarked about Naruto's strength. Not to mention that it's deep in the ocean, Tenten. Kiba added what he thought is the most important detail. No matter how big the size of the thing is, he's the only one who could survive any kind of hostile environment. He's the only one who could do this mission. So, are you nervous, Ino? Naruto asked the pale blonde-haired girl on his side as they, along with Shiho, were taking a boat towards the location that the Hokage had given them. Somewhat, yeah. Ino admitted as she curled a part of her hair, feeling the wind hitting most of her skin as she was wearing a white sleeveless t-shirt and a pair of black pants. I mean, this is my first mission and all. We haven't even graduated from the academy yet, but here we are. She said as she smiled. I'm nervous and excited at the same time. Me too, said Naruto as he pocketed his hands on his blue-colored trousers. His long-sleeved orange shirt billowed slightly due to the force of the wind from the ocean, especially with what the old man told us to retrieve. A ship that came down from the stars, said Shiho as she maintained the position of her glasses using one hand as she used the other to keep her blue hoodie from being too waved away by the wind. Still, to think that he would go out here by himself after calculating its trajectory and have the location marked on the map. It's not like he really knows what it is. Maybe it's because he thought that it would be useful one day. Naruto supplied a hypothesis, for future uses somehow, no matter how impossible it might seem. Well, he's not called the professor for nothing. Ino remarked. Still. What about the sailor though? She asked about the one who owned the small ship that they were using to get to where they want to be. Would he be a liability somehow? If it has to come to it, then we'll have to erase his memory of seeing either of our powers. Shiho answered the question rather quietly. I know that it's the last resort and we don't really like to do it, so we just have to do it while minimizing the possibility. Naruto sighed as he said, okay. 5 minutes until I have to dive in, you guys better get ready. I'm ready. Ino's voice was heard from inside of Naruto and Shiho's head. The mental link is up, what you see down there will be visible to our eyes as well, Naruto. Alright then, now, when you found it, you must wait until we come to a decision as to what we should do with it. I mean, if it's big, really big, it would really make the captain freak out when you lift it up from the ocean floor, so we need to be as discreet as possible, said Shiho. Still, if you guys are taking too long, I have the right to choose to do it my way, consequences be damned. Naruto added, because he's going to notice me diving and if I don't come up on a short time, he will take notice. Then should I put him unconscious now? Ino said. Alright, how about this? Shiho said after a moment, the moment we arrived on the location, you put the sailor to sleep, then Naruto can go down to the ocean floor, what do you think? Solid plan. Naruto answered. Let's do that. Alright boys and girls. We're about to arrive at the place that you marked on the map. Which is a middle of nowhere. Still, you're paying me, so I'm not going to ask. Just do what you want to do. The captain roared at them from where he steered the small ship. It's just something that would ensure the secrecy a bit more, that's all. Shiho added as the ship was getting closer and closer towards where they wanted to go. Arriving at the location that was described, Naruto took his shirt off as Ino sent out a telepathic wave that lulled the captain of the boat to sleep. Rather drunkenly, he fell to the floor and snored as he was pushed into unconsciousness. Alright, let's do this guys, said Naruto as he jumped onto the edge of the small ship, on 3. 1, 2, 3. With that, he leapt into the cold water. When he was underwater, he tilted his head down to try and gauge the depth of the water. It's really, really deep, he said through the link. Naruto leaned his back backwards for a second before he thrust himself downward, navigating through the darkness of the ocean using his capability to fly, except he's utilizing it underwater. It's really, really dark. Ino remarked through their mental link. How deep are you now? Certainly not that close to the ocean floor. Naruto answered her question. Still, we're getting there. I can hear the little waves that the movement of the water made on the rocks down below, and I'm getting close to it fast. I should be there in between 2 and 5 minutes. Quote. Tell me something, Naruto. Ino suddenly began to start up a conversation. How far does it take until you can't hear something? I mean, wow, hearing the friction of water made by the rocks below to judge your distance from it and the time it will take for you to get there, that's amazing. And a little bit scary. He himself doesn't know. Shiho added her piece to the conversation, but he once predicted that it would take at least 2 kilometers until he couldn't hear someone speaking. However, that numbers increased now. It now takes at least 2.8 kilometer until his range of hearing is negated completely. Yeah, we tried that out a week ago. Naruto answered, still surprised me that I'm still growing stronger somehow, as if this body doesn't feel that it has enough. He said more to himself. It sounds like you lament this. Ino remarked, why would you? I mean, if I had your powers, I would be grateful that I'm still growing stronger. Now don't get me wrong, Ino. Naruto said to clarify, I don't mind growing stronger. But it just bugs me that there seems to be no limit of how much I can achieve. The seemingly limitless part of it scares and excites me at the same time. Well, think of it this way Naruto, your power, like ours, must have a limit. Shiho said, if you at least believe that, then you won't be too worried. That would only allay my fear for a bit though. Hey, if we at least have a medic nin like Tsunade of the Sannin, maybe she could tell you about the concrete facts of your superpowers, such as where your energy comes from and your limit. Ino threw out her idea. What would she find out that I don't already know though? What would she find out that my mother don't already? Naruto asked. Well, she's considered a genius on her field, she might be able to think outside the box. Ino defended her idea. I mean, the way I see it, you must be generating a lot of chakra that is converted by your body to be able to operate on deep water without any need to breathe, or to be able to lift something as heavy as a 2-story house. I'm kind of ashamed of that by the way. It's all right, the house was abandoned and in desperate need of repair. It's not like you did that without meaning to do so. Shiho said. And, the fact that your skin could not be hurt by anything is the most useful application of chakra if I must say so myself. Ino added, kindly preventing the conversation from that accident a few weeks ago, but the amount of energy that you're letting out is beyond amazing, even Sakura can't exactly match your strength even with her powers growing. Oh, her powers increasing? Shiho asked, somewhat curious. Yeah, but only a little bit. Ino answered, anyway, I have a hypothesis. Actually, Shikamaru had a hypothesis, that you are drawing energy from an external source along from your chakra. Like the sun. Yeah, that was also what he said is a possible external power source. Ino said excitedly, you two. It's like you two just operate on the same level that only you two belong in. Remarked the pale blonde-haired girl. It's not that hard to figure out really. Sun produces many kinds of radiation, and to his body, it might be giving him the energy he needed to fuel his powers in addition to his chakra. Shiho answered. Then that makes 3 of you. After a minute of silence, Naruto saw the object that they were looking for, sitting right on the ocean floor, covered with sea life that had taken residence on its exterior. He, along with the other 2, thanks to Ino's power, saw the massive, scarab-like visage of the ship. The design was not one that any of the shinobi in the world would have thought of. Scanning the exterior of the ship, Naruto found that it was not made out of something that was familiar to him. It appeared to be some kind of iron, but far more refined and different in its structure, indicating that it was an alloy of some sort. The ship was equal in height to the four-story building that housed the Hokage's office and could cover 3 of the 4 Hokage's face on the Hokage monument in terms of width. A massive transport, alien in design and make, fell from the stars, and somehow, the professor of Konoha managed to pinpoint its location based on predicting its trajectory after seeing its rapid descent towards their planet from very far away. Naruto was more than simply impressed by how the old man managed to accomplish such a feat using his limited vision and calculative prediction. The fact that he was off by a few meters did not diminish his mind's capability. That's the one, Naruto said to his colleagues. Right, time to bring this out to examine it in. Where should we put it? Naruto asked, as if the question just came to his mind. We'll just bring it to the nearest empty field. As long as we don't go to other countries, then that would be fine. No, we should try turning it on or something after you bring it to the surface. Shiho argued, besides, where would we find that kind of place anyway? We're in the middle of the ocean. Oh, and trying to turn an alien ship on while he kept it in the air is better. Ino asked rhetorically. Not to mention that we don't exactly have any knowledge of this thing, let alone how to turn it on or open its doors. Well, provide us with a location then. I'm just giving out suggestions, I don't exactly know where we should put it. I don't know, maybe try to go back to the mainland. Considering that he'll take us on top of the ship to carry us all and that the ship needs to be somewhat hidden, he won't be able to take it high enough for covert transportation or fast enough, we need somewhere closer. Well, what's your suggestion then? Hey, calm down. Naruto yelled out mentally, I'll take the ship up, look around a nearby location if there were any, then we'll land the thing, how about that? After a moment of silence, Naruto got their acceptance. He couldn't help but shake his head. Shiho and Ino, while they were close, had a relationship that was vitriolic in nature. Friendly vitriolic, like rivalry, but more about arguments than proverbial head-buttings or threats, boasts, and belittling. Swooping down towards the ocean floor, Naruto scooped the ship up slightly using his bare hands before he moved towards its bottom, hefted it over his shoulders with his hands and pushed upwards. Alright, he's coming up now. And it's faster than his descent. Naruto, are you taking it up just a few meters from this boat? You know that it'll tip the boat over if you were because of the size of it, right? There were no answers, but from their link, they could sense Naruto increasing his speed. Naruto. Their questions ignored, panic began to set in as the last time Naruto did this. Naruto. They were brought down to their butt out of sheer awe. Out of the ocean, about 50 meters away from the ship, a figure rose, as if it were a forgotten beast from the deep, foaming the water as it began to rise to the surface, to challenge the dwellers of the land. The gigantic figure rose, and slowly, the water of the ocean that was gathered on its top slid down and cascading towards where it originated from, bringing the sea life that had taken residence on its exterior down with it as well. Despite this, the steel form of the object continued to rise. Then there it was, the alien ship, scarab-like in its design, lifted by a deceivingly normal-looking person with his own 2 hands as he floated, as if it weighed nothing to him. Despite seeing the size of the thing from the mental link that Ino had set up, the 2 blonde girls were awed by the sheer magnitude of his strength. The ship could easily cover up a big chunk of the Hokage monument if it were placed in front of it, and the image of a young man, only nearly 6 feet in height, lifting it up over his head was a sight that made them remember. They remembered the reason why Naruto was someone beyond their league. Yet at the same time, he was their teammate, who never once considered any of them lower than he was. Setting down the ship in an expansive, empty field on a remote, uninhabited island a few kilometers from the place where they retrieved it, Naruto flew up to the roof of the ship to retrieve Ino and Shiho, who had been riding it on that particular spot as Naruto flew them towards the location. So, how should we do this? When Shiho and Ino were on the ground, Shiho immediately began to find some kind of entrance. She looked down below what she assumed to be the cockpit, she looked at its back, she scrutinized it quite thoroughly before she pointed to Naruto the little space on the back that would indicate an opening of some kind. There, I want you to pull it down. Shiho said to Naruto. Naruto then found that it took quite an effort, considering that he had to do it manually, but he managed to open down the hatch, leading to the interior of the massive ship that began, as it always was, with a dark, wide corridor. Unlike Ino and Shiho, Naruto could see quite clearly into the darkness, and so he stepped in. Wait here. There might be something hostile inside. I'll call you if I found nothing endangering within. All right, but be careful, Shiho said to Naruto. Naruto simply nodded before he moved in. The corridor that Naruto were walking in was a cargo bay, one that he would notice and able to identify had he spent his life in a large ship of some kind. As it were, he was of the mind that it was a rather elaborate entrance that led to a circle-shaped door, with a visible line that signified the crease, or the divider, and that the door could only be opened automatically. That is, if one did not have the sufficient strength to pry it open with either tools or one's bare hands. As that was not the case with Naruto, he forced it open by pulling it apart with slight effort and entered, but what he did had its repercussion. Because the next thing he knew, the door that he first opened to enter the cargo bay was suddenly closed, and the interior was brightened by the lights turning on. Naruto! Naruto, the ship's closing itself. What's happening? Shiho shouted in panic. I think I've triggered something. Probably a security measure. I'll find a way to deactivate it somehow, just wait right there. Please be careful. I will, Shiho. I will, he assured her before he decided to continue his walk. He entered a narrower hallway. 2 doors were at his sides, opened and illuminated. Taking a look at both rooms, Naruto realized that he was at what seemed to be the room where the crew of the ship would be sleeping, if there were any. Several pods with see-through glass that enabled him to see the bed inside, laid on top of each other and set into rows were what clued him in about the nature of the ship. This is an army-issued ship. Naruto realized. The round table that was present in one of the rooms strengthened this idea to him. The moment his hand laid on the round table, he saw it rotating like a screw as it went down and disappeared beneath the floor. Suddenly, he heard whirring sounds, indicating that the ship was being turned on. Naruto, the ship is making noises, what are you doing in there? Ino said as she set up a mental link. It's turning itself on, I've nothing to do with it. Naruto replied, hang on, I'll try to find the cockpit and shut it down, I suppose. Naruto then found himself skipping several rooms to go to the front of the ship, not caring about the other rooms that he passed by until he found where the cockpit was. It was a strange one, as there was only a chair on the center along with a column that surrounded it in a circle that stopped before it could surround the chair completely as it had an opening on the front of the chair to allow someone to come and sit. There seemed to be no equipment that could have controlled the ship. And so, Naruto did not know how to turn the mechanism down, if there were a way. But as he was going to send a message to Ino, he heard something coming towards him. It was a mechanical being, one shaped not like a human, even though it had a pair of hands, made out of what appeared to be steel tubes. It had a pool of silver substance on its center that seemed to pulse as it got closer to him as he floated without any visible means that kept him afloat. Then, the silver substance rippled as the machine spoke an unknown language. To his ears, everything sounded strange, but after it had spoken its piece, it then procured a beam of light that it used to illuminate him. What's it doing? Naruto wondered to himself as the light that came from the machine seemed to be scrutinizing him somehow. However, because it had not been hostile, Naruto let it do whatever it wanted. After it seemed satisfied with what it found within him, it spoke again, but seemed to stop itself mid-sentence and extended its steel tubes towards him, with its ends that seemed to be projecting electricity. Naruto backed off a little, his hands raised. Whoa, what are you trying to do? The question came out of his mouth like an impulse, which did not help the situation at all, considering that the machine did not speak the same language as he did. The machine seemed to recognize that Naruto was somewhat wary of it, and so, it backed away as well, but after a while, it floated closer to him, and this time, Naruto decided to at least give the machine a chance, the benefit of a doubt. So he let it charge his brain and filled it with information. There were so many things that he saw, a red sun, a desolate planet that seemed to be teeming with life and filled with sprawling cities that reached to the sky and machinery that were similar in make as the one that he had found. After a while, the image stopped, and when the machine spoke again, Naruto understood what it said. You are not a Kryptonian. What? You are not a Kryptonian. It said again, its voice became more and more disarrayed with every word spoken. Your DNA is not a perfect match. But you are like them. What are you? The term Kryptonian began to fill his head. It seemed familiar somehow, but he couldn't place it as the memory that was given. The memory that was not his, was still trying to fit it into his mind. The machine then began to die down as the silver substance became unstable and flickered wildly. It almost fell to the ground before it picked itself up again, and it continued speaking, not Daxamite. Species unknown. Genetically similar. But without abilities that manifest themselves. Under the yellow sun. The existence of a foreign circulatory system. Circumvent the problem. Please. Identify your species. Naruto was unsure as to what to say to the machine. Identifying what he was seemed easy in his mind, but to actually say it to the alien construct was easier to be thought of than done. I'm human. Naruto answered simply. Human. No. That is. I am. Naruto did not know what made the machine shut down so suddenly and fell to the floor of the ship, seemingly out for good. He did not have time to think of that as images of the ship began to sprout into his mind like vivid memories. Through it, he came to the information needed to shut down the ship from its sudden activation. Moving to the chair to sit on it, he relied on the memory that he received and brought out the holographic interface. Knowing that it could be interacted with, he searched for what he was looking for, and after a minute of searching, he found what he needed and shut the ship down again. Breathing out a sigh of relief, he removed himself from the chair just as Ino re-established the mental link. The ship is shutting down. Did you do that? Yeah, I did. Naruto answered in a tone that conveyed confusion instead of relief or happiness. Why do you sound so glum? How did you know how to turn the thing off anyway? I'll open the cargo bay doors to let you in. We'll discuss this inside the ship, was Naruto's reply, thinking that the explanation was too complicated to be elaborately explained through mental links. So it just gave you all you need to know to turn this ship off before it shut itself down? Shiho asked somewhat skeptically as she pointed to the non-functioning machine that had given him the knowledge of the alien world that this ship came from and of its inhabitants, the one that he had left on where it fell. That, and more. I don't know how it did it, but it's like he sent me mental images of where this ship came from and its history somehow. Naruto answered. Where is this ship from anyway? Asked Ino. Somewhere named Krypton. Naruto answered after a moment spent trying to remember. A planet like ours, but its sun is different. It's red, much closer in distance compared to ours too, desolate landscape, but expansive cities. And its civilization is far, far older than us. Shiho looked around the interior of the alien ship, particularly the sleek, esoteric design that she's sure none in the elemental countries could emulate before she said, how old are we talking? Well, their whole civilization started nearly 100,000 years ago. Naruto answered. While the oldest part of our history that we can date back is 3,000 years ago. And even then, the history from that time is a lot of myths instead of historical facts. Wow, that's really old. Ino remarked. Then came a moment of silence before she said, well, regardless of that, we have to take this back to Konoha now. Now that's the tricky part. Shiho said, the Hokage had told us to put it in the training ground number 12. But with the size, the fact that we have to put it in discreetly complicates things. As the two blonde girls began to mull over the preferable method to bring over the ship to Konoha, Naruto already made his way towards the cockpit and midway, he said, don't worry about that, I'll drive this thing. I've carefully pieced and examined the memories that I've received to try and find the ones connected with how this ship works, and I think I've enough information to be able to drive it. We still need to be stealthy though. Shiho argued as she and Ino walked behind Naruto. Naruto then grinned as he sat and bring out the holographic interface once more. I know just the thing for that, don't worry. Now, here goes nothing. Konoha, Training Ground 12, late afternoon. Satsuki, Shikamaru, Sakura and Yugo were standing in the middle of an open field usually reserved for Junins or Anbu members to train on. It was similar to most training grounds around Konoha with the exception of the expansive field of grass that stretched on for hundreds of meters wide, allowing no places to hide, and would force the members of Junin and Anbu to perform close-quarters combat. It was a perfect location that the Hokage had prepared to land the ship that Naruto's group was supposed to bring. Except, he's running a bit late. Shikamaru merely kept his eyes to the sky in silence. One could easily see how focused he was, how alert he was being so that he would be able to notice the ship at the slightest notice. Despite being his designated partner for a month, Sakura still found Shikamaru as mysterious. Mostly, it was because he rarely talked in or outside their spars and paired training sessions. Even small, somewhat irrelevant talks were not his forte, to say the least. Still, she was somewhat interested with him, not in a romantic way, but in a way that made her want to know who he really was as a person or an individual. His most prominent trait was his quiet, tacit nature, which, by the definition of those words, did not reveal much else besides that. Though Sakura's father once told her that there's always another person deep beneath what he appeared to be, the pink-haired girl very much doubted the authenticity of those words with Shikamaru. Perhaps some people were exactly as they appear. But nevertheless, he did pique her curiosity. Where are they? Satsuki muttered out with a pronounced frown on her face as she rubbed the bicep of her right arm due to her concern over those that they were waiting for. They were ordered to bring the ship stealthily. Perhaps they need some time to figure out a plan and execute the best one that they could think of. Yugo answered, showing her mask-less face with the black blindfold placed over her closed eyes. Do not be too worried, Satsuki. Satsuki nodded and took a deep breath to release the tension on her chest. She should not be worried, considering Naruto's capability, but she couldn't help but to be worried somehow. You like Naruto, don't you? The question, was asked multiple times by different people, such as her mother, Sakura, Shiho, Ino, Tenten, Yugo, and Shikamaru. All in that particular order as it seemed to be a public secret between those who knew and had seen the interaction between the two of them. At first, she tried to deny it, but after a while, she just opted to be silent. Apparently, they found her face as she tried to avoid answering as very cute and took that as a non-verbal admittance. Which she had admitted to herself as true some of the time. But she wouldn't say that to other people, especially Naruto, whom she hoped had not noticed yet. I'll try, Yugo-san. She said to the purple-haired Anbu who had been assigned as their supervisor, their equivalent of a Junin teacher for a Genin team. The woman settled that with a simple nod and a faint smile that she could barely identify before she returned to waiting in silence for Naruto and the others to come. Then a booming noise resounded from above, and they saw something falling down towards where they are, so fast that it was even Yugo slightly panicked when she looked upon the object and the speed of its descent, and so she yelled. Everyone jumped back. None disobeyed, and moments later, the object was upon them, right over their heads, visible for all to see. But before it could hit the ground, it swerved up, and then it floated a few meters away from the ground that it nearly hit, indicating that it was controlled. Seeing the object, they immediately understood why. For it was a ship, an alien, esoteric-looking ship, kept afloat by a visible, flickering force field aided by the jets that came out from the exhausts located at its bottom. The ship hummed loudly as it slowly descended towards the ground, sprouting 3 feet from its bottom to be able to land. With a thud and with a whooshing sound of a released compressed air, the ship landed upon the ground of training ground number 12, yet it did not turn off, making the other worry. That must be the ship that they were ordered to find. Mused Sakura, but where are they? She wondered. Inside. Shikamaru answered it rather simple as he became the first to walk towards the massive floating vehicle with a calm, relaxed gait. How the hell could he come to that conclusion and relay it so calmly? Sakura wondered as she narrowed her eyes on the black-haired boy of the Nara clan, somewhat annoyed by his rather quiet, reserved attitude. Slowly, she and the others followed Shikamaru's example. Their feet brought them towards the ship that seemed to beckon their mind to come closer. A hissing noise that came from the ship's back halted the progress of nearly everyone but Shikamaru. It was the sound of the cargo bay doors being opened. Blue-tinted lighting from the interior came from the hatch as 2 figures came out of it. It was 2 blonde girls, their teammates that they had known for a month, Shiho and Ino, who smiled as they went towards the welcoming group that stood before them. "Hey guys," said the former as she raised and waved her hand. Sakura welcomed the latter with a hug while the former was welcomed with Satsuki with a rather curt, "Where's Naruto?" "Hey, nice to meet you too," Shiho said with an annoyed tone of voice at the black-haired girl who at least had enough decency to appear embarrassed. "He's still inside, do you guys want to enter?" She asked it not only to Satsuki but to the others. Shikamaru merely nodded as he calmly walked towards the cargo bay hatch to enter. Right afterwards, Shiho and Satsuki looked at the sour-faced Sakura who's looking at Shikamaru as if he had killed her precious pet. "Still annoys you, doesn't he?" Ino asked her pink-haired friend though not sharing her sentiment. "It's just so ingratiating how he seemed to know everything and unfazed by anything." Sakura responded, "The quietness doesn't help him win any affections from anyone either." "Maybe just for you," Shiho replied rather flippantly. "Oh right, I forgot, you're rather taken by him, don't you?" Sakura asked without any tact whatsoever, but did not mean anything demeaning by that question. "SSSSSSH," hissed out Shiho as she placed her index finger on her lips, "Not that loud please." She somewhat pleaded with Sakura with a low volume, her face reddened in embarrassment. Satsuki had decided to disembark from the oncoming conversation and followed Shikamaru to enter the strange ship. While she found Shikamaru scrutinizing the cargo bay with his admittedly sharp eyes, Satsuki ventured deeper. Passing by the hallway and what she assumed to be the center of the ship, or the bridge, judging by the circular layout of the massive room with several narrow hallways that must lead to several different rooms. Assuming that the door that led to the front side of the ship would lead her to the cockpit, Satsuki walked her way towards it. Only to be stopped when the door opened and Naruto came out of the cockpit. When he saw Satsuki, he smiled and said, "Hey, I heard you were coming. Shikamaru's still at the cargo bay while the others are coming here. As you can clearly see, mission successful." Satsuki smiled back and her response was simple, "I'm just glad you're alright Naruto. Hey, I know it's my first mission and all, but it's not as if we're thrown into a war zone." Naruto answered with a chipper tone, "Still, I appreciate your concern Satsuki. We missed lunch, didn't we?" "Yeah, you did. Are you guys hungry?" she asked. "I'm still fine, but Ino and Shiho should be hungry by now. Still, considering that they're coming here, I think they decided to skip it, at least until Yugo allowed us to have lunch." "Where's Kiba and Tenten?" he asked, as he could only hear 6 other people within the general vicinity of the ship. "They took off after lunch, maybe to train again or something." Satsuki answered, "They're awfully close to each other, don't you think?" she asked Naruto in a rhetorical manner as her face seemed to be conveying a semblance of curiosity. Naruto merely smiled and nodded, "Yeah I suppose so. Who knows? They might be dating now. If they are, they're certainly keeping it quiet," said Satsuki. Their conversation was cut short when the group of 5 entered, starting with Yugo, followed by Shiho, Ino and Sakura, and Shikamaru far behind them. "Yugo-san, mission successful," Naruto said to the purple-haired maskless Anbu, "Welcome to the ship. It's not as broken as the old man have suggested." "Clearly," Yugo stated with a small smile on her lips, "You have done as ordered, well done. Congratulations on passing your first mission. I would suggest that we celebrate, but most of us already had lunch." At this, Ino and Shiho's stomach began to rumble, and the two blushed in embarrassment. Yugo chuckled before saying, "Well, I will inform the Hokage and bring him here. If you 3 want to eat, then you are free to do so." "I decline," Shiho said rather resolutely. "I don't know about Ino, but I still want to examine this ship. I want Hokage-sama's permission for that, so I'll wait here for him." Ino raised her hand and said, "I kind of want to eat lunch, so I think I'll make myself scarce, asking for permission to do so, Yugo-san." Yugo nodded and answered, "Permission granted." Then Ino began to leave with her pink-haired girl that was her best friend. But Naruto had something else planned. "Wait a second Ino," he said, prompting her and Sakura to stop. "Before you go, take my memories, it might be useful to share it with all of us later." Ino nodded after a moment and closed her eyes as she established a mental link to Naruto. She frowned as she tried to organize the memories that came from his mind, skimming through most of it to find what he wanted to give to her. It took at least 5 minutes before she opened her eyes again. Her body sweated quite a lot due to the exhaustion. There. Ino said rather tiredly, now I'm a lot hungrier, can we leave, Yugo-san? Wait. Said Shiho, can you give the memory to me? Look. Just touch my head. I know that physical contact eases the process, so don't pout like that and just do it, would you please? Ino exasperatedly sighed before she walked to Shiho, placed her hand on the bespectacled blonde girl's head, closed her eyes and sent the images that she had received from Naruto to her. Unlike before, it took her only a minute, but Shiho fainted nevertheless after such a large amount of information being dumped on her head like that. Naruto instantly moved to catch Shiho before she could hit any part of her body to the cold hard floor of the ship's interior. You're free to go, Ino. Said Yugo. They nodded, and what she said prompted the two girls to walk away. Yugo then turned to Naruto and said, before I go to the Hokage, however. I must ask, how did you manage to control the ship, Naruto? She asked, half requesting half ordering. Naruto then said to Yugo as he carried the unconscious Shiho in his arms, this is something that the old man need to know as well, Yugo-san. I think we should call him first before I can explain. That is very fascinating. Never had he seen such a thing before in his long life. A sentient machine, broken as it might be, was something that could only be created by a civilization that possessed a high technological advancement, unlike their own. Seeing the ship that he had seen falling down during his youth at the time of the Second Shinobi World War up close, Hiruzen couldn't help but to feel excited at the prospect of being able to examine it closely, more so after he was informed that it was still functional. It was something that he couldn't have done without Naruto. Deep-sea excavation was not something that could be done without spending so much money and manpower. Add the possibility that he might be mistaken, that it was simply a rock instead of a spaceship, he didn't dare to try and retrieve it. He felt kind of bad that he used the boy's power to confirm the authenticity of the ship, especially because the mission could be considered as a selfish wish of his, but seeing the proof that he was right relieved him of the guilt feelings that he had before. Well, almost. He still felt the need to explain it all to Naruto and apologize to him for using him. However, seeing the thing lying in front of him, his mind was not focused on the matter of apologizing to Naruto, so it gave you the knowledge of where this ship came from and about its inhabitants, history and language as well by giving it to your mind. Naruto nodded at Hiruzen's simplification of his explanation, yes. Just like how Ino's ability works, except that it was done artificially, using electricity to interact with my brain and then giving me all these images that didn't make sense on the first viewing, but gradually, I caught up to it. And is that what happened to young Shimamori? Asked Hiruzen. Hearing the sound of her subdued breathing coming from the other side of the ship, Naruto smiled and nodded, yeah, memory overload, she should be fine within the next couple of minutes if she's resting. Said Naruto, the people that I'm sure to have the knowledge of this Krypton language and their history are me, Ino and Shiho. As for the robot, well, I simply don't know if he could be reactivated again or not. Didn't it give you its schematic or something similar when it gave you its creator's history? Asked Satsuki who stood beside him. It's possible. Naruto said before he concentrated to pry those particular memories from his mind, there are some schematics. But not for the robot. It's more about the ship, what it contains and. Oh. What is it? Asked Hiruzen when he saw Naruto's expression turned into one of slightly subdued shock. And about who owned this ship, and why it crashed here. Opening her eyes, Shiho found herself looking at an unfamiliar ceiling that was illuminated by fluorescent blue light that seemed to come from every direction. Her head hurt a little and her ears were somewhat ringing. Well, I guess I did brought it on myself. She muttered as she held her eyes closed with her hand in an attempt to alleviate the pain a little bit. Leaving the rather comfortable bed that was the strange-looking pod that had its cover opened, Shiho made her way towards the center of the room rather drowsily as mental images of several foreign things popped up in her head. Images of men and women gunned down systematically before a man stood up and managed to kill the gunner filled her head, and as soon as she took the third step away from the pod, she fell down to her knees. From what I've gathered, this ship is owned by one of the noble houses from Krypton, a family line that was named as two, which means change in their language. Naruto explained to Hiruzen, Satsuki, Shikamaru and Yugo, who began to listen. The mission of this ship is to take her passenger to outer space, to find new planets that they could colonize, because, as it turns out, their planet is dying. Shiho rose up as her brain began to calm down and allowing her to absorb the information. Many people had died here, she thought to herself, rather distraught by what she had seen, 32 people in all. Including the one stowaway. And they all died. But why aren't there any bodies? This mission was given to one of the best men that the house had, Dartu, a warrior known for his prowess and keen mind. Naruto continued to explain, together with the 30 people that he had picked from his family and its allies, he left Krypton to find a suitable planet for their people to inhabit. This does not sit well with the others. Shikamaru's interest was piqued at this development, judging by how he subtly leaned his head towards Naruto. Shiho was able to see the flickering images of the events as she traversed her way through the bowels of the ship. Everything, from the panic-stricken look of the crews that were killed so suddenly and unexpectedly by a knife that plunged to their throat, and the swift, quiet movement of the assassin. The girl took a deep but shuddering breath as she tried to regain her balance. The images were visceral, especially with the way that the assassin just killed them without even batting an eye. Though there were some who found him before it was too late and retaliated accordingly, they were killed nonetheless, with the best thing that some could do was to land a few non-lethal hits before they were murdered. However, even though she could see where their body fell, there were still no corpses. What's going on here? Simply put, they were put into a trap. Dartu was not a keen supporter of the policy that Krypton's council began to embrace, but since he had enough political power, he was allowed to go scout habitable planets, except with his own resources. And that is when the council placed the aforementioned traps. Said Shikamaru. Exactly. They planted someone else within the ship, a trained assassin on the employment of House of Voss. Z-Voss was his name. Naruto confirmed Shikamaru's statement. Z-Voss sneaked his way into the ship, sabotaged the ship's engine so that it would not send them directly to the orbit of our planet, and when they arrived where they're not supposed to be, he used the confusion and began to murder every single last one of them in a systematical fashion. It sounds like he's some equivalent of an Anbu. Said Hokage as Yugo nodded in agreement. Worse. Naruto said, his expression grim as he said the following words, an Anbu is not an occupation that you are born with, it's something you chose to be. But he was deliberately designed to be an assassin ever since the moment of his birth. He was one of the firsts of the artificially birthed people of Krypton, one that was heavily modified to become that way. But that isn't the worst part. Through the images that she's following, Shiho found herself in a small chamber on the lowest interior of the ship with 10 empty spaces that ended with exactly 10 hatches separated into a pair of fives by the narrow walkway that parted the chamber into two. She saw a man wearing a strange-looking coat that seemed to be integrated to his skin with a symbol on the middle of his chest. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, strong jawline, and if it not for his lack of whiskers, she could have mistaken him for an adult Naruto. However, the way the man looked also reminded Shiho of someone else. Someone who she couldn't exactly place as of this moment, but without a doubt, she felt that she recognized that face before. Before she could continue that train of thought, however, the feeling of seeing the flickering image of the killer passing through her shocked her. The killer had been wearing a black bodysuit that covered every part of his body, including his head. The only opening that she had able to see was of his eyes, which was dark brown in color, with a gaze that would suggest his inability to blink. The blonde man spoke to the assassin clad in black. The sound was not audible to Shiho's ears, but after a moment or two, she gathered that he was preparing himself for one-on-one combat. The fact that the assassin didn't try to kill him at that exact moment made her assume that this blonde man was not someone who would fall to such stealth approach, and needed to be taken down in one-on-one combat. Though the assassin was shorter than him by a few feet, his body language conveyed nothing but calmness. The blonde man then brandished his knife from the hidden sheath that he had been carrying and charged at the assassin as the latter got into a combat stance, indicating that he knew of the threat that the blonde man represented. Quote. What? Hiruzen asked, incredulous. It is as I said. Z-Voss was modified, but more than that, he's also taught to be an effective killer from the moment he breathed the air outside his artificial womb. So efficient he was, that at the time when he killed all these people, he was only 8 years old. The assassin found himself stabbed in his abdomen, losing the battle against the bigger, much stronger older man. Shiho watched as the blonde man spoke a few words before he took off the black mask that was not integrated with the one covering the rest of his body, and she was shocked at what she saw. The assassin looked so young. True, his height, posture and body type would confuse people into thinking that he was a young adult, but the youthful freckles on his face and the innocent if slightly empty gaze of his eyes told a different story. The blonde man was shocked at the revelation that the one he had fought was just a boy. And it became something that sealed his doom. Though he managed to move his neck to try avoiding the hidden knife that the assassin had aimed for his jugular, it still plunged to his neck nevertheless. It was a mortal wound. Though it didn't kill him that instant, it will kill him. However, the blonde man ensured that he will not be alone in death as he used every last bit of his willpower to plunge his knife deeper, twist it roughly and pulling out faster than he had plunged it. Shiho saw as the assassin became the first to fall and the blonde man became the second. What sick people! Yugo spat out in anger, to force a person into a role before they were even able to choose for themselves, that's disgusting. Advanced as they might be, that is simply unforgivable. Perhaps it is because in their mind, the value of a person is measured by what they can contribute to their society. Shikamaru said rather calmly in contrast to Yugo's hate-filled tone of voice, and they seek to maximize this value in every single one of them. Though individuality might still be an option, it is severely limited in terms of the role that they're able to become. Hiruzen could not deny that it was effective, but he also could not deny that in the end, such a method would only stagnate a society as a whole. Innovation and inventions would be a rare thing, if not impossible to happen in such a society because of how rigid it was. In the long run, they might come to regret their decision, he thought to himself. The thought of this society existing scares me a little, said Satsuki, admitting her concern. Would they be able to trace this ship to us? She asked. No, answered Naruto. Zevas ensured that this ship would be isolated. He disabled several of the ship's systems when they used their warp drive to get out of Krypton's range along with the robot while leaving the critical systems on so that he could carry the killing. The reason the robot managed to turn itself on again was because of a program that Naruto installed before their departure in case of a sabotage. Well thought of. Hiruzen remarked. Still didn't save him in the end. Shikamaru said back without any malice in his words, just a statement of fact. But that story doesn't answer one question, said Satsuki. If there were many people killed here, then where are all the bodies? Shiho had been staring at and trying to touch the flickering images of the two corpses that was the assassin and the blonde man. She thought that she would not see anything more out of them, but after a moment, she was surprised by the sudden arrival of the floating machine that she had seen before, except this time, it was turned on and was merely a flickering image instead of the genuine article. The sentient machine seemed to be weighing the options that was available at its hands. Though Shiho was not well versed in the body language of a non-human form robot, she could see that it was at a loss as to what it should do, and that the silver substance that acted as its face was rippling, indicating that it was speaking. After a moment, she saw it extending the tubes that was its hands, wrapped them around the two men and took them away. Afterwards, the flickering images disappeared in an abrupt fashion. For a moment, Shiho had some trouble knowing what exactly happened, but as soon as her mind caught up, she realized what was going on. The robot did a cleanup operation after it got rebooted long after the assassinations were finished. Naruto answered Satsuki's question. With all the corpses lying around, it had no choice but to scoop them, clean them, soup them in cloths to cover their bodies, and send them adrift in outer space. That's pretty cold for it to do, Satsuki remarked as she looked at the unresponsive form of the alien machine. It did its job, which was to keep the ship going and to preserve effective space condition. Shikamaru stated, their dead bodies served as inconveniences to it, they had to go. Quote. Even though that's a bit cold of you say, I agree. Said Naruto as he looked at Shikamaru. The robot did its best in maintaining the ship for at least years, drifting in space as it directed this ship towards the nearby, habitable planet. Which is ours. But what made this thing fall in the end? Asked Hiruzen. A combination of severe lack of energy to fuel it thanks to Zva's sabotage and the damage that it took at an asteroid belt that it had to pass by to get here. Naruto answered. When it went down under the ocean, the robot did its best to repair the damage without going out to the ocean floor. Because of that, the best that it could do was to fix the sabotages that was done and seal some of the leaks. But it had to shut down the ship and gave almost all of its energy to it so that in case it was able to be retrieved and turned on, it would have enough power to be used. I guess what activated this ship in the first place was when I forcibly opened the cargo hatch and the door that lead deeper to the ship. Maybe it activated some security protocol. Ended Naruto. Now Hiruzen began to contemplate on what he should do with the ship. The idea of having a piece of technology unknown to others was enticing, to say the least, but he himself knew how easily this could fall into the hands of those who would no doubt exploit it dry. The name Danzo came to mind. The old war hawk would try to salvage whatever he could from this ship if he were in the know, and he would no doubt use it to advance the leaf his way, which was, no doubt, to resort to fear-mongering. Now that simply won't do. Everyone, he said, addressing the people present within the proximity of the room, the existence of this ship is known only to us who are in the know. At least, I hope it is. And I would like it to remain that way for an indefinite amount of time. One way to ensure this is to hide it. I know of such a place, but to bring it there, I would require your assistance, Naruto. Naruto nodded. Certainly, old man, what do you need? I need you to go to the cockpit and steer this thing. When Shiho left the previous chamber and entered an adjacent one, she felt the ship shaking and humming as it took off from where they were located. She leaned towards the wall farthest from the door which she entered, unbalanced by the vibration. The sound of the ship's engines operating as it took off to the sky filled her ears and nearly made her fall down to the floor. As the sound began to subdue and she regained her balance, she heard another sound, made by the wall. Or, at least what she thought was a wall. The sound was one that would be made by air that had been compressed for quite a long time when it found a narrow opening to get out from, indicating that the wall was a storage of some kind. The storage emitted a bright, blue light, allowing Shiho to see what was stored. And her eyes widened when she recognized the object, for she had seen it just moments before. We are approaching the landing zone, Captain. We will land shortly, said Naruto in a jest-like manner to Hiruzen. The third Hokage smiled and said, put her down gently, pilot Naruto. There's no need to be swift about it. Aye, sir. On the sidelines, Satsuki and Yugo found themselves smiling at seeing the Hokage and Naruto having their moment together as something more than just a village leader and his subordinate. Satsuki knew now that the Hokage was not a man that demanded constant show of respect. He would welcome an ordinary, friendly treatment from people who were below his ranks as long as they were civil. With Naruto, however, things were a bit different, to say the least. While it was true that he would reciprocate a villager's less than subordinately actions from his fellow shinobis of his village, they did not receive such a familial reciprocation that Naruto received from him. She couldn't be the only one who noticed, she had thought before. There must be something to it. Satsuki had assumed that Naruto was more than what he seemed. While that was true to a great extent, considering his powers, perhaps it was also true in a sense that he was more than just the son of one Kanzaki Taji, once an admirable kunoichi who switched careers from being a medic nin Anbu to a head nurse in the hospital to raise her son. He fascinated her. In ways more than just one. And it was certainly noticeable, much to her embarrassment, but it was always followed with relief, because he had yet to notice. Though she wasn't completely sure whether she should be relieved or annoyed at that particular thing. Well, it's not as if I've been rather forthcoming either. She conceded to that simple fact as she recognized how subdued her courting with him went. It was mostly the look that she always gave him that alerted the others of her attraction towards him, but how he missed it with his incredible vision, she simply didn't know. Besides, it wasn't as if she's really keen on pushing the relationship that she wanted with him. At least, for the moment. When Naruto finished the landing, He turned off the holographic interface as they have arrived at their destination, the vertically aligned opening that led to an interior of a cave, both of which were more than big enough for the ship to enter and land hidden by the dense forest surrounding it. It was located northeast of Konohagakure, midway between Konoha and the borders of Kuni, land of hot water. The cave was found during the Second Shinobi World War, which Hiruzen used when he and his fellow shinobis were trapped at a cave linked to this entrance after a costly battle. Back then, Hiruzen and his comrades were lucky that they found the discovery, and now, it would serve as an adequate location for the ship to be stored, especially considering that the set of stairs carved by Hiruzen and his comrades back then on the vertical wall of the entrance was still there. The only downside is to figure out how to properly hide it. Said Hiruzen, perhaps I will commission some workforce to work on building something. But then it would compromise the secrecy. We'll figure something out, old man. Naruto said to assure him, worst comes to worst, you can always use me. No. That will not be necessary. I would risk a leak, after all I had used you to get this ship before. Hiruzen said, even if you do not have any problem with it, I am still guilty of getting you to do something that I simply could not do without wasting too much money. For abusing my authority upon you, I have to apologize. Seeing the old man dipping his head a little low as he said that, Naruto couldn't help but to react sheepishly. No need to apologize, old man, really. I don't mind at all. Hiruzen lifted his head and sighed, if you say so. But I am still risking the leak. I am not going to depend on you all the time just because I want to preserve some secrecy. I'm willing to help though. Naruto said adamantly. And I thank you for that. But let me do this one little thing, okay Naruto? With a sigh, Naruto nodded and answered, all right old man. Hiruzen nodded, now we must take a walk towards Konoha. The ship and the robot will remain here, The sound of the door being opened diverted the attention of others inside the large cockpit. Then they saw the figure of Shiho, carrying something on her shoulders that seemed to be a piece of clothes of some kind. Her expression was somewhat bright as she said, hey. Hello Hokage-sama, I hope you didn't mind, but I've been examining some of the ship's chambers without your permission. I'm really sorry. It's all right Shiho-san, said Hiruzen as he raised his hand in a placating manner, but I must ask, what is that you're carrying? Shiho looked at the clothes that she was carrying on her shoulders and said, call for a meeting. The piece of clothing was a full-body skinsuit overlaid with a coat made by the same substance of the skinsuit that was held together by a segmented metal belt that ended with its buckle located on the center of the stomach. It was alien in design with markings that artistically mimicked the anatomy of humans' muscles, indicating that it was something that was worn by the deceased member of the ship. It was mostly colored in cobalt blue except for the symbol on the center of the chest area that was colored yellow and the segmented belt that ended with the buckle at the place where one's belly button would be, which was colored red. This is the symbol of two. Naruto said about the symbol on the chest, surprising the others that have heard his story. Yes, I think so. Shiho said as she was suddenly reminded of the fact through the memory that Naruto received which she got from Ino through her mental relay. But to whom does this belong to? Asked Shikamaru, could this be Dartu's clothes? He rhetorically questioned. Yes, it is. Naruto answered as he lightly traced his fingers across the surface of the coat, feeling its soft, yet firm fabric on the top of his fingers. It looks like the robots sent him adrift without the clothes that he was wearing at the moment of his death. The policy for their funeral perhaps. He remarked. Looking at how Naruto was looking at the coat, she remarked, you want to try it on, don't you? I know it's wrong of me to say this, especially considering what happened to its previous owner. But yes, I'd actually like to. Well, this is why I brought it here. Shiho exclaimed, earning their attention, Hokage-sama, remember what I said about Project Suit Up? You mean the project of designing a uniform for us to wear? Yugo asked, reminded of the somewhat nonsensical idea of hers that was surprisingly allowed by the Hokage to be pursued. As I recall, you said that you were putting that on hold. Hiruzen added, amusement apparent in his expression, something about the lack of good ideas and resources. Well, thanks to this. Shiho said as she pointed her finger towards the coat that caught Naruto's eyes, I now have an idea. Naruto looked at the girl whom he considered as a sister to him and said, "You want this to be the basis for our uniform. Why?" Quote dot dot dot. "Well, to be honest, I want our uniform to be distinctive, even compared to an Anbu. But after seeing what happened, I guess it's also to respect the symbol." Shiho answered. Her pleased expression was subdued. In their culture, the symbol represents change. And what are we if not the perpetrator of that? The sigil of the house was a circle that contained a much smaller circle on its center, connected through 8 curved lines that spread themselves out in clockwise direction, creating a spiral. Looking at the symbol with the memories of what the man was somewhat persuaded Naruto to follow Shiho's idea. He smiled rather melancholically and said, "True. I guess there's that. Where did you find this?" asked Hiruzen as he too examined the strange-looking coat. "I found a room that contained several of these things. Do you want to see them, Hokage-sama?" Shiho asked, prompting the Hokage to nod. "All right then, follow me please." When Satsuki noticed that she was the last to follow Shiho, she turned to Naruto and said, "You really wanted to wear it, don't you?" she asked with a small smile gracing her lips. Naruto looked at Satsuki and said, "I'm going to try it right now in fact." As Hiruzen, Shikamaru and Yugo had gone out of the room to follow Shiho, Satsuki suddenly became self-conscious of the fact that she was alone with Naruto. She crossed her arms and blushed a bit. Let me get out of your way then," she stated as she began to walk out of the chamber. No, just turn your body around. I want your honest opinion on this." "Oh okay." She did as she was told, and so she heard the sound of Naruto taking off almost every piece of his clothing except for his boxers and proceed to wear the skinsuit. Pity, this is a bit big for. Then there was a sound of something zipping. What do you know, it's fitted with something that would expand or shrink its size to fit the wearer's body. Interesting. Satsuki then heard the sound of him stretching the suit slightly, groaning as he attempted to become comfortable in it. "Well, that's that. Satsuki, what do you think?" Interpreting that as a sign of allowance, she turned to him. And a minute of silence followed. Quote dot dot dot. "So, what do you think?" Naruto asked rather awkwardly. Her response was a massive blush that set her face ablaze as she tried to say something, compliment him most likely, but she found that she was unable to do so. A moment later, Shiho came in once again. "Hey, aren't you guys coming?" "Oh. Wow, that looks really good on you," she remarked with an approving smile as she looked at Naruto. "Yeah?" Naruto asked as she stretched his arms. The fabric felt surprisingly good on his skin despite the fact that it really clung to him and that it had no gap from where air could enter. The only part that the skinsuit didn't cover was the front part of his neck that was not covered by the collar, his fingers, and his head. Everything else was covered in the skinsuit coat. "Absolutely. I mean, Satsuki here is about to faint I think." Shiho replied playfully as she pointed at the blushing Satsuki. She glared at Shiho and yelled, "I was not about to faint. Touchy tilde. I'll let you two have your moment," said Shiho as she walked out of the cockpit. Naruto shook his head at Shiho's attitude before he turned to Satsuki, walked closer to her and said, "So really, what do you think?" The close proximity did not help the blushing, she realized. Smitten as she was with him, the sight of him in such a restrictive piece of clothing was something that she never thought she would see for at least a couple more years. The daydreams didn't count. It looks really good. She managed to tell him. "You really think so, huh?" Naruto asked as he looked at his covered right arm. "What do you think about making this the basis of our uniform?" "I certainly wouldn't mind," Satsuki replied without thinking. "Yeah, me too, it's so snug, really comfortable. Still, we need some feedback from the others, don't you think?" Naruto asked rhetorically. Suddenly, Shiho popped out of the door once again and said, "If they are swooning over you like Satsuki is doing, I think it would be approved without any moves against it." Satsuki's glare at her turned murderous, which, combined with her blush, offset it a little bit and made her look rather cute. Shiho ran out and Satsuki followed suit, silent, but her body language promised some bodily harm to fall upon Shiho. Hearing Shiho laughing as she ran away from Satsuki whom she managed to piss off, Naruto shook his head before he pursued them to prevent Satsuki from going too far.